What's up, everybody? We have another big stream for you guys today. We're gonna go over some stuff that it's crazy, man. Like the other day, we came to the Great Plateau to find out some stuff regarding King Rhoam, and there's two. What's the word for this? How can I the phrase? There is two stories going on. That one is true for sure, and the other one was my theory that at the time the first story that I didn't think to be true was false. I'm gonna explain this wrong. Just give me a little bit. I'll be there in a second with you guys. Because when I explain it, then you'll be like, oh, okay, I get it. But there are two stories with King Rhoam. And when you find out these two stories, you're going to be like, oh, okay. And then we're going to explore what's going on, because apparently two truths happen at the same time. One was supposed to be a lie or fictional. Well, it's all fictional, to be honest with you. But one is supposed to not even be correct. And then I just found out that no, it's actually it is what it is. So we'll get to that in a second. Just enjoy the next 5 minutes or whatever. So as I get the social media out. In fact, look, I haven't even brought up the chat. The channel is live. We don't have the internet issues like we did yesterday. So as I get the social media out. Look at that. I haven't even brought up the come on, mute. So that was me on the feedback. Okay, we're looking good over here. Oh, crap. Look at this. I have to, this is unlisted. I gotta make this public. So many things to do. It's crazy. We're now public now. And hopefully we'll see some people here. Well, let me refresh this page. Alright, so we are. I'm going to pause that. Give me a second, guys. Let me just put out some stuff on social media. Get everything set. Alrighty then, let me grab this. Got a lot of nonsense going on in the background. I'm almost done. Okay, guys, so we're here again, right? Let me lock all of this up before we get into Zelda. Hey, Ginger, what's going on? Bowsette and BBQ, what's going on? So let's take this at the top of the key, right? All right. So there is a gentleman in my last video I uploaded, right? His name was Patrick. Oh no, Peter. And Peter brought up something very important to me regarding King Rhoam's death. That how in Zelda's memory, King Rhoam died in the castle with the 4 champions. And so at first I was like, that's kind of stupid because that doesn't make any sense. If we look at the Great Plateau, there are it's not plateau, it's plateau, but there is in-game evidence that the king lived on the Great Plateau, or plateau, right? And he has a house there, he has a diary there, he chopped wood there, he cooked there, things that you can see and you're like, oh, the king did this, right? So the king must have died there, not at Hyrule Castle. But can you believe it? Both are true. The king died at Hyrule Castle, and sorry for the noise in the background. The king did die at Hyrule Castle, but he also did all of those things on the Great Plateau. Now the issue here is, did he do those things before his death or after? Based on the information in the game, he did these things after. And the reason why is he actually explains it to you in the game. Wait a minute, are you kidding me? This alarm is going to go off in the background like this? This is why I actually don't like streaming until after 7 p.m. my time, which is 8 o'clock Eastern time for you guys, because I live in a commercial area and everyone's gone home and you don't hear all of this loud noise in the background. And I don't know if you guys can hear it. Let me know if the in the chat, guys, is the alarm in the background, is that, can you guys hear that noise? It's like really disturbing to you guys, or can you barely hear it? I honestly don't hear anything but you. Oh, okay. Well, lucky you guys, because there's this loud noise in the background. The car alarm is going off, and no one. That's why I need an RPG. I could just stick it out the window and just fire the rocket launcher at the noise and just destroy it. Gamer99, what up? So yeah, we're gonna be on here for a couple of hours because we're gonna unveil 2 stories that are both true at the same time in Hyrule. I was getting at Peter in the last stream, calling him an idiot. In reality, he was not an idiot. He's actually right. But at the same time, I'm also right, because both of the things that we're talking about happen in game. So I went back to go find out something. I was like, wait a minute, didn't I talk to King Rhoam at one point in time? And re-listening to King Rhoam talk about his death, he did die in Hyrule Castle. But then at the same time, he did live on the Great Plateau after the Age of Calamity. So as I stated earlier, all the chopping of the wood, the writing the recipes, all of that other stuff, he even left a diary there for Link. All of that stuff happened, and I'm like, yo, but how could he do that when he's dead? And when you go over what King Rhoam says again, King Rhoam has the power to actually live he can keep his spirit in the living world and interact with the living world. This is not what I think. This is what is said in the game. So let me go straight to the actual game. We're gonna repeat this part from King Rhoam, right, where he's doing his thing. He talks to Link about the entire situation. And I want you guys to look at this for your actual selves. So without any further ado, let's get straight to when Link meets King Rhoam and he tells him the truth. And then I'll I'll talk about the whole thing in detail afterwards. So you guys don't I'll talk about the entire like story all over again. Well, I'll commentate after what the king actually says. So let me just get to it. Give me a second.
Well done there, young one. Now then, the time has come to show you who I truly am. I was King Rhoam Bosphoramos Hyrule. I was the last leader of Hyrule, a kingdom which no longer exists.
That's crazy. He's the
The
last
great
king of
Calamity
Hyrule.
was merciless.
And
It
I'll
devastated
talk about that in a minute.
everything in its path, lo, a century ago. It was then that my life was taken away from me. And since that time, here I have remained in spirit form. I did not think it wise to overwhelm you while your memory was still fragile. So rather than that, I thought it best to assume a temporary form. Forgive me. I think you are now ready. Ready to hear what happened 100 years ago. To know Calamity Ganon's true form, one must know the story from an age-long past. The Demon King was born into this kingdom, but his transformation into malice created the horror you see now. Stories of Ganon were passed from generation to generation in the form of legends and fairy tales. But there was also a prophecy. The signs of a resurrection of Calamity Ganon are clear, and the power to oppose it lies dormant beneath the ground. We decided to heed the prophecy and began excavating large areas of land. It wasn't long before we discovered several ancient relics made by the hands of our distant ancestors. These relics, the divine beasts, were giant machines piloted by warriors. We also found the Guardians, an army of mechanical soldiers who fought autonomously. This coincided with ancient legends, oft repeated throughout our land. We also learned of a princess with a sacred power, and her appointed knight, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. It was they who sealed Ganon away using the power of these ancient relics. 100 years ago, there was a princess set to inherit a sacred power, and a skilled knight at her side. It was clear that we must follow our ancestors' path. We selected 4 skilled individuals from across Hyrule and tasked them with the duty of piloting the divine beasts. With the princess as their commander, we dubbed these pilots champions, a name that would solidify their unique bond. The princess, her appointed knight, and the rest of the champions were on the brink of sealing away Ganon. But nay. Ganon was cunning, and he responded with a plan beyond our imagining. He appeared from deep below Hyrule Castle, seized control of the Guardians and the divine beasts, and turned them against us. The champions lost their lives, those residing in the castle as well. The appointed knight, gravely wounded, collapsed while defending the princess. And thus, the kingdom of Hyrule was devastated absolutely by Calamity Ganon. However, the princess survived to face Ganon alone.
Link. You are our final hope. The fate of Hyrule rests with you.
That princess was my own daughter, my dear Zelda. And the courageous knight who protected her right up to the very end. That knight was none other than you, Link. You fought valiantly when your fate took an unfortunate turn. And then, you were taken to the Shrine of Resurrection. Here you now stand, revitalized 100 years later. The words of guidance you have been hearing since your awakening are from Princess Zelda herself. Even now, as she works to restrain Ganon from within Hyrule Castle, she calls out for your help. However, my daughter's power will soon be exhausted. Once that happens, Ganon will freely regenerate himself, and nothing will stop him from consuming our land. Considering that I could not save my own kingdom, I have no right to ask this of you, Link. But I am powerless here. You must save her, my daughter, and do whatever it takes to annihilate Ganon. Somehow, Ganon has maintained control over all 4 divine beasts, as well as those guardians swarming around Hyrule Castle. I believe it would be quite reckless for you to head directly to the castle at this point. I suggest that you make your way east out to one of the villages in the wilderness. Follow the road out to Kakariko Village. There you will find the Elder Impa. She will tell you more about the path that lies ahead. Consult the map on your Sheikah slate for the precise location of Kakariko Village. Make your way past the twin summits of the dueling peaks. From there, follow the road as it proceeds north.
Okay. So yeah, we all forgot about this scene. This scene happened 3 years ago. Well, 4 years ago, to be honest with you. If you already, nah, it's about 3 years. What am I talking about? So now, here's the thing. Here's the thing about this, right? About that scene as a whole. In fact, I forgot. I gotta go into the community hall, so that if anybody wants to come in and talk and stuff like that, I'm in there. All right. Unless it becomes a little bit too much, but I'll just be in there for a little bit. All right. So, right, if you really look at the situation there, we have a problem here. Wait, ooh, what's going on? Oh, I put it on there. Okay, here we go. And the problem here is, how is it possible? When I streamed last time, I went through the entire situation about the king going to the Great Plateau, and how my prediction is that the Great Plateau is the final battle scene in Age of Calamity. That would be the final battle scene there. And we took a look at it, and I'm now starting to think that may not be true. There's a plausible what's the word for this? There's a plausible chronological order of the Great Plateau being the battle. The Great Plateau could be the first battle. It could even be the battle in the middle, or it could be the last. The reason why I say it could be the first battle is that before Ganon attacked, before Ganon counterattacked Zelda and the 4 champions by sealing Hyrule Castle off, etc., etc. Before that ever happened, remember, the Ganon's regular forces were on its way to storm Hyrule. Hyrule Castle wasn't taken yet, so they had to come. The forces of Ganon had to come from somewhere else. They could have they could have come from the Great Plateau. They could have. Although that wouldn't necessarily make too much sense, but it's plausible for them to come from the Great Plateau. Who knows? or they could have came from somewhere else and they attacked the Great Plateau first, and then they were on their way to Castle Hyrule. But let's get to the game for a second. I want to actually get to the game. Give me a second here. Right, here we are. We're gonna load into the game. Right. Oh, good. We have the Great Plateau here. Right. Plot hole. Well, it's not necessarily a plot hole. It's just until Age of Calamity comes out, we really won't know. We're really trying to predict here. But the thing here is that the king did not die, for fact, did not die on the Great Plateau. The king was dead on the Great Plateau, but that's not where he died. He definitely died in Hyrule Castle. He said so himself. That's literally why I played that entire thing. He literally died there. Oh, good. See, after talking to him in here, he definitely, like, for sure, let me see something. Yeah, he definitely, for sure, died, he died at Hyrule Castle. Let me go to his house. Oh, crap, I jumped the wrong way. I just had to do a whole circle for no reason. See, his house, we don't know if the king had this house before, during, or after the Age of Calamity. No one knows. We have an ideal, but see, he lived here. This much we know, right? He had a baked apple right here, and trust me, I didn't bake that apple. In the game, like, these things were here. These are his. This is his book. We're gonna go over the book again, right? Old Man's Diary. There's read, and if you read, Link. Bit by bit, you may come to realize who I am. Sorry for revealing my true identity. Not revealing my true identity to you sooner. This is after you talk to the king. You come here and you read this part of the book. The truth is, after you awoke from your long slumber, I did not know how to tell you. And see, that means the king has been here on the Great Plateau. And he definitely has been, well, clearly he has been here on the Great Plateau ever since the Age of Calamity, which, when we talked about it in my last stream, they definitely attacked the Great Plateau. Clearly, you see the Guardians, you see the forces of Ganon's foot soldiers here as well. They're in fact, they're outside, like they're still here. They've even set up a little fortresses and whatever the case may be. So the king definitely was here. Now, how the king was able to cook, chop wood, and all of that stuff, that's the new mystery. That's why I named the stream The Secret and Mysterious Two Lives of King Rhoam, because he lived two lives. That's for sure. Apparently, King Rhoam, he even said, I had to take this form here on the Great Plateau, but he's powerless in that form that he's in. So that means the king may not be able to fight. But it is very, just like how he's guiding Link in spirit form, and how he took the form of that, you know, that other guy, who the old man. It is very possible, and it just leads to this. That's why I'm like, this is plausible, that although they thought the king died in the castle, the king came out of the castle in spirit form, and everyone thought the king survived. But in reality, he's dead. He's literally dead in spirit form. But just like how he tricked Link, he tricked his knights into believing he was still alive. Brought his knights to the Great Plateau, and this was the last defending fort here. And the king lived as a spirit during this entire time until the last knights of Hyrule died here with him. So now people are saying that there's a grave for the king, which I want you guys to help me discover. Go find the grave of the actual king. I forgot where it was in the game, but there's a grave for the actual king here, and I want to go find that. And the thing here is this: if there's a grave for the king that's here on the Great Plateau, then that means that, see, this is the mystery here. Who buried the king? That's number one. Who buried the king? If whoever buried the king knew the king was dead, so these people had to have died shortly after, and the king remained in spirit form here. This is the crazy stuff. This is the same Egyptian story. Yeah, I know. I noticed that, Piccolo. I noticed that. So I'm confused here, because it's like, all right, so the king did die at Castle Hyrule, but then clearly there was a battle here at the Great Plateau, and the king was involved in that battle. The only thing I don't know now is how much involved was the king. I don't think the king could fight, because he stated he was powerless in the form he took. He took a form. And the same way he took a physical form where he could chop wood, give you clothes, and all of that, he may have done the exact same thing to his soldiers, and his soldiers thought he was alive. That's why there's that structure outside. Hi, Triforce. I've been watching the stream for a few days. Hey, it's so much toast. What's going on? Vinny, what's up? It's at top of the snowy mountain of the Great Plateau. Thank you, Vinny. That's where we're gonna go. We're gonna go check that out. So let's finish read this. We'll go check out the king's grave, and then we'll come back to where his knights' last battles were on the Great Plateau. So he goes on. The truth is, I did not know how to tell you all the way. All there was. Perhaps deceiving you was not the right thing to do. Still, you must admit I put on great performance. And see, if he can put on a great performance and trick Link that he's an old man that's here, I can see him doing that to his own knights. That I don't see why he could not do it. But all joking aside, what I ask of you is the utmost importance, dear hero. I implore you, with all my heart, defeat Calamity Ganon and save my precious daughter Zelda. I understand this is no simple task to ask. No, I am asking of you, but I know beyond a shadow of a doubt you can do it. I do not doubt it for a moment. I see courage in your eyes, just as I did 100 years ago. I believe in you, Link. Right? The rest of in the book is like stuff like his on this desolate plateau, the only pleasure that brings me comfort is cooking, and today I outdid myself truly. So this is him talking about his what's the name of this thing here? How he cooks on the thing. He said, with this dish on my side, I no longer have need of that itchy, warm doublet. So see, this is the problem here, right? Well, it's not really actually, he's putting on, he wrote this book, and in the diary is a lie, because he says I have no need for this itchy, warm doublet. That's a performance he's putting on to trick Link to think he's alive. It tricked all of us, because we all thought this man was alive. He never needed the warm doublet, but he left this in the book to convince us that, like, what would a spirit need with a doublet? He doesn't need anything with it. But this was to put on the act that he was physically alive. Let me read more. I do not know how I allowed this to happen, but it seems I forgot to write down a very important recipe, etc., etc. Right? Reading more. Sadly, on this lonely plateau, I only have my own knowledge and memory to rely on still. If I did find someone who knew the missing ingredient, okay, I'd reward them with that. However, it seems unlikely. It's such a miracle. Okay, stop reading. So let's see what you guys say. Zelda Alaka on the right. Okay. Hey, brother. Your timeline is crazy. Makes so much sense. Thank you. It's so much toast. Do you think they tried to train up a substitute in Link's absence, a false champion? Maybe. Who knows? But let's go to this is Mount Hylia. No, we don't want to go there. It would be here. We're gonna go find the king's grave. It's at the top of the mountain, right? So this is why I'm saying that two things happened at the same exact time. Like, the king did die in Hyrule, but then the king was involved with a battle on the Great Plateau. correct, pretty sure. Alright. So Link is freezing. He needs that doublet that the king gave him. Alright. So we gotta go and try and find this, guys. Could that king and Zelda have been communicating the whole time? Well, here's the thing with the king, right? That people need to understand about the... Oh, crap. I'm out of Rivali's. Gotta be kidding me. I was gonna use that to jump up the mountain, man. So this is... Is this... No, this is not the king's grave. Wait a minute. Where's the king's grave here? Where's the king's grave again, guys? Who knows exactly where it is? Who has the what's the name? The book. All right, so there's... I think this was the grave. When Link wakes up, he meets the king. He's chopping apples and he gives them to Link, but you don't see him eating any. But exactly, that's my point, Kisan. The king physically interacts with you. So the king's power is ridiculous because he's dead, but he's able to physically... Oh, in the book it states that this is his grave. Okay, cool. So this would be the king's grave. It would be a great DLC that you could put... You could somehow go into this for the king's grave. But here's a question. If this is the king's grave, right? See, all right, let me tell you guys something about Africans and here in Jamaica. There is a... I want to say what it is because I was told to keep it quiet. There's an ancient legendary warrior here in Africa, right? No, in Jamaica, right? And this warrior... They have a grave site for this warrior. But the grave site isn't the real grave site. The warrior is buried somewhere else. But they put a bunch of rocks together to symbolize the grave of that warrior. So the king body, this may be the memorial grave they put for him, but the king's body isn't really here. He is dead. Oh. Okay. How did they dig? How they dig rock? Put some apples at the altar. Oh, you got a good point. And there's no apples here. Yo, let me find out one of these little Korok dudes come out, B. I wonder if something happens if you do this. I'll try a fifth apple. Nothing really. Why am I on the king's grave? Get off. So, alright. This is the king's grave. So the question is, who built this grave for the king? Or did the king build this grave for himself? Turn the camera to aim. Wait, what? It is very possible that the king built this grave for himself. That no one built this grave for the king. We don't know. That's all headcanon stuff. Like we're creating here. We don't know for sure. Oh, I thought there was an apple here. But what we do know is that this is where the king is is buried. So now let's go back here. What up? Been a minute. What's going on, Pika Sage? So the fact that it's crazy that that means the king could have battled up here. Well, let's say, put it like this: the king may not have been able to actually, although the king may not be able to physically fight on the plateau, he can still lead an army on the plateau. So he was able to still leave an army here. Lead an army. That's what I meant to say. Sorry about that. Come on, make it Link. Can I make it there? Can I make it there? One second, guys. Here we go. Okay. Nothing really to talk to you about. So here we are going back down this. This is the temple. Wow. Look at that. Wait. Whoa. I've never been in that. I've seen that room all this time. Okay, they broke into there. They broke into there. But whoa, what is this? Let's check this out. Is there any water here? You guys will see why I'm looking at this. This is real familiar right now. Is there any water around here? No. Let me see something here. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. No water around here, right? Damn, a guardian even came in here. So Link is running through the... There's supposed to be a big circle thing. Yes. Alright, guys. This is definitely... We all know this is definitely the Ocarina of Time, Temple of Time. Remember this... So wait, where did they come from? Hold on for a second. No. So wait, time out. Hyrule Fortress had the drawbridge, right? That means the drawbridge would have to be there. That's where the drawbridge is. You come in from the entry of the castle. You walk in. This is when you walk in, and this is the new and you see the town thing right here. You walk here. Circle around so were there shops here? Was this the town square? I know if you wait, it would depend on where you came in, because depending on where you came in from, hold on for a second, guys. I'm trying to look at something. I wish I had a Ocarina of Time with me. You walked in, and in the background you could see the Temple of Time from the middle of the town square. So did you walk in from here like this, and you saw the Temple of Time? The Temple of Time was on the right. It was on the northeast coming into the town. So it was coming into the town like this. Yeah, this is Ocarina of Time right here. Look at this angle, guys. This is Ocarina of Time. Right after you come out of the drawbridge, right? And you come into the town square, you walked into our town square. Remember that big circle in the town square? To your left and your right were shops. And then in the far off northeast, you saw the Temple of Time. And then if you go around here, right, like this, you can go to the Temple of Time over there. And then if you go forward, here, the King's Castle, which would be exactly Ocarina of Time's original. Oops. Wait a minute, why can't put it back? Oh my goodness. So how you zoom? This is the this right here, guys. This right here. Yes, because you went up. There's a stairway to go up, right? The Temple of Time was on your north, right? But if you keep going forward and you come here, this is the bridge that crosses you over to Hyrule Castle in Ocarina of Time. They're supposed to be up. There's the bridge. This is the bridge. You cross over this bridge, right? And this bridge will bring you over to the king's castle. These are clearly castle structures, although they laid waste to it. And look, this leads you down the stair. Hyrule Castle. This is the old Hyrule Castle from Ocarina of Time. This is the old castle. I wish someone could. Alright, I wish I could get a picture of Ocarina of Time, man. If I could get a picture of Ocarina of Time, it will show you. Like anyone who plays Ocarina of Time, if you remember the way Hyrule Castle, when you went into Hyrule Castle, because but the great, we had a conversation about this. Listen, look at this, guys. This castle Hyrule, this new Castle Hyrule is new. That's not the old one. There are two Castle Hyrules. The Great Plateau was the original Castle Hyrule from Ocarina of Time. That makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. Here's why it makes sense, guys. Listen to this, right? Listen to this, right? Find the window you see Ganondorf through. Easy. Easy. I already did that like 2-3 years ago. I'll show you exactly where that window is, right? In fact, there's several structures here. You gotta just pick which one is the actual structure. This is the hard part. This is the hard part. Okay, so let's go over this real quick. Hold on. Damn, this is... We got to get back to the middle. We got to retrace the... Like, literally, retrace the steps. See if they have a Eater fountain. See if they have the Eater fountain in the maze. Yes, but see, this is what I'm saying. Alright, so this would be Town Square, right? This would be Town Square. If you go left of Town Square, you go into... That's where you would go. It'll show you walking up, and you would be going to the... What's the name of this thing here? You'd be going to the... Temple of Time, right? But I'm trying to find where there's a waterway, because where's a place where you would see where the king talks to Zelda is looking through the window where the king is talking to Ganon. But that would be at the Hyrule Castle itself. Yo, my man. See, the multiple of these rooms look the same, right? This could be the room, because this could be the window Zelda's looking through, but I don't think that's it. I think a bunch of these structures also existed out here, down there, going towards... Okay, no, this is going towards the king's castle, right? So if you're going towards the king castle and he's talking, it would be this. This is it. And the Temple of Time would be left of it. This is the wind. But a structure would have to have been here. But a structure was here. Look. Hard ground. Hard ground. Yes, another part of the structure was here. Look, it's been destroyed. See, these are the ruins. Yes, another part. Okay, so this would be it. Yep, here it is. That's a pillar. That's a pillar to the structure. And this then led to the other side of the castle in the king's quarters. So if any place would be where Zelda was talking to Ganon, looking in the window when Link came running in. This is the path Link would come running in as a kid. He'd come running in. Zelda would be on those staircase right here. Zelda would be right here looking through this window as they're talking to Ganon. Ganon is facing this way, right? So if Ganon is facing this way, there has to be, then there should be structure because the king would be talking to him over here, right? She's looking through the window. This is the window she's looking at. Ganon is standing here, looking this way. So this used to be a hall. Definitely a hall. Look. The concrete's still here. Yup. The concrete's still here. And this must have been an exit way. Because look, if you go down here and you exit, it takes you to the bridge that crosses you over into the other part of the castles. And you can tell there's another part of the castle because look. Castle walls broken into. And then this leads to the bridge. I wish I had Ocarina of Time. Okay, you're right, never mind. And you'll see the portal of Mario. It's all connected. Man, stop that. So yes, because this would then lead to the king's castle. So yeah, look, see? For sure. But if there was any doubt now, look, that's definitely castle walls. Look, guys, that's a castle wall. We're in the ruins of the castle. What does it say on this map? Does it call it a ruins? No, it doesn't. This area, Eastern Ebe. Eastern Ebe was a town here. See, look at the stairway here. The stairway leads down into the moat and whatnot. Yes, this led to the other side of the castle. This was a castle. It was up in the air. They decimated this place. Yeah, it would have to be this room. This is it. Oh, shit. Damn, there's a shooting star over there. How far is that shooting star, though? Son of a bitch. I'm gonna have to leave that shooting star. It's too far to go and grab. Then there has to be another side to this. Is there another side? Is there another side? Oh shit. In Ocarina of Time, guys, right? In Ocarina of Time, there's another structure that would have been here. So there's a wall that was here. This is where you would look and you would see other pictures of the guys. Yeah, see, look. There's a part of the temple that was here that's destroyed. See this, let me show you this room right here, guys. This is what I figured out in 2017. 2017, I thought this was the room Zelda was looking through, the room of Ganon. Because when you come in here, look. Zelda would be here, right? She's looking through this window. This window's still there. And look, this is what the other structures look like before they were torn down. And this, on this side is where you would see Mario, Link, and Zelda. No, Mario, Link, and whatnot. And on this side, you would see that as well. But you know what this room lacks? It lacks the moat. Because before, there was a little bit of water There's a small little water route that was there. But if you come to this structure over here, look, there's a moat that goes around it. See, this is the room. This is the room that I would be in, but the moat would be here. Then the other structure where you can look inside over there. To prove it, the opposite end of this this place has the same moat. The symmetry is matched. Look, this is a moat here I'm walking in. And then over this side would be the window where you would see the castle where Mario and Link is in. And yes, something was here. Look, rock ground. Concrete is here. See, concrete is here. There was another side of this this thing. So literally, this is where you meet Zelda over 10,000 years ago in Ocarina of Time. We gotta map this. We're gonna map this. We're gonna map this as a start. We'll stamp it. Let me look at this map here. So multiple rooms. This is the big room, then the Temple of Time, and then this is the one that leads to the king's yeah, this is the one that leads to the king's part of the fortress. Okay. All right. So yeah, this is, and then so now star seems pretty far. So it would have distracted us. It would have distracted us anyway. I noticed the star as soon as it fell, but I wouldn't think you cared. It's pretty far, but the thing is, I won't make it in time. That's the only reason why I don't go after the star. By the time I get there, the star will fade away, so I'll just ignore it. And besides, I'm gonna reload this thing anyway, so it won't even make a difference. In fact, one second. Yes. Mocats, I'm going to get to that. Hold that thought, Mocats. So let's turn on the light. The Great Plateau was that was a capital of Hyrule. The other parts of Hyrule that we're seeing is the Greater Hyrule, which don't they call it Greater Hyrule? Okay. Save. Right. Load. Yeah, we'll just load this. Not to mention these structures eroded over more than 10,000 years ago. You're spot on, Triforce. No, this is Ocarina of Time where I am. But Mocats brings up a very good point about the Great Plateau being Hyrule Field and all these other things. But there's a caveat to it. There's more to it than just that, though. It can't. The Great Plateau can't just be Hyrule. The Great Plateau was Hyrule, but there's more. There's Lon Ranch. You have to remember, Lon Ranch is all the way over here. So Hyrule Fields wasn't on the Great Plateau. The Great Plateau was the kingdom of Hyrule at the time. It's just that we never went. Remember, when you play Ocarina, turn on the light, please. When you play Ocarina of Time, there's land behind Hyrule Castle. So you just can't explore it because it's Ocarina of Time. But there's so many things going on in my head. But this is why I know this is the original Hyrule Castle, because behind Hyrule Castle is the Gerudo Valley. So if this is Hyrule, right? Behind Hyrule Castle would be Gerudo Valley. So this is the Gerudo land, and it would be behind Castle Hyrule, which is right here. See, remember we was like, yo, but like Castle Hyrule, like the Gerudo Valley. Remember we was arguing about like how the way the map changed and whatever the case may be. And this is Hyrule Castle. Hyrule Castle would have to be Gerudo Valley would have to be behind it here, but it's not. Well, it all depends on 360, because remember, If you face Hyrule Castle from here, if you're at Hyrule Castle and you're at the back of it, looking at the moat, then Gerudo Valley is still behind it. So it depends on the perspective of which you're looking from Hyrule Castle. But this Hyrule Castle is new. This is not the original Hyrule Castle. The original Hyrule Castle is on the Great Plateau. It's on the Great Plateau. That's for sure. Right? Now, another thing that I wanted to point out, so I don't forget, what decimated and turned this place into ruins? I'm starting to think that there may be more to this than the actual invasion that happened here. I'm starting to think that there's more to this than an invasion that happened here. You know what I'm starting to think? Just because of one thing, water. I want to show you guys something, right? West looking down from the map. Yes, I want to show you guys something. And that may explain everything. Oh, I reloaded while I stamped. I'm stupid. Yeah, good point. Yo, guys. No, would it make sense? No, it would. It would. It would make sense. But where would the water go? It would go into the River of the Dead. The River of the Dead would pour into this, and then it would run down, and it would wash down into the river, create the moat, and the water. Okay, so all right, so that's how the water got down to the rest of the lands. All right. See, I just needed to have a waterway, or my theory would not work. If it hit here, the water would go into the River of the Dead. There's a waterfall, so the water has to fall off. The water could have fell off and created Lake Como, Calamo, and run into the Hylian River itself. It could have done that regardless. It could have came here, Aquami Lake, the Aquami Bridge. Yeah, all right. Here's a theory, guys. Here's a theory I have. In the Convergence, or in an alternate timeline, when the King of Hyrule told the Triforce to destroy old Hyrule, the ruins you see here is when the force field that's imprisoned old Hyrule in time broke and the water crashed down and destroyed the Great Plateau. And the water that you see, these over 10,000 years, the water eroded the entire landmass. This water is probably water still left from that. But then that would contradict the opening way. No, not really. Because the water could have escaped and they just redid it again. So it doesn't contradict. They could have sealed up this way again. Is thousands of years pretty much enough time? They could have redid the water. They could have redid that again. So that doesn't contradict it. But yeah, because I'm looking at this area and this is ruins, and I don't know, man, but like this place, when there was when the convergence took place, the Temple of Time had to have been destroyed in order to make one timeline. One timeline has to exist. So the convergence, the Temple of Time the Temple of Time existed. And then when the divergence happened, Wind Waker's world was destroyed by the flood, right? Yeah, this makes sense. I'm like, albeit the Guardians came here and added more shit. Yeah. Really? You was hiding? One second, guys. I'm trying to see if that rock dropped, that star dropped again, which it did not. Okay, cool. All right, let me see what it says. Exactly. All right. Star seems pretty far. We already got that. Mocats, when you ask a question and accidentally discover you knew the answer. Wait, explain about Death Mountain placement. Zelda Lord, what's going on? So here's the thing about the Death Mountain placement, right? Death Mountain. Let's look at this map. Depending on where Death Mountain is Death Mount. You can see Death Mountain behind Castle Hyrule, right? So if Rotok Chingang Shrine, Chiga Shrine is the old ruins. Let me go over there for you to see. So okay, you see the shrine over there. This area right here, there's the bridge to cross over into the old castle. This ruin, you can see the pillars. This was a castle. A castle was once here. Clearly we can see castle ruins here. Like, look, we can even see the ruins of the castle here. That shrine. Oh crap. This shrine here. That shrine right over there this has to be the throne room of the old Castle Hyrule in Ocarina of Time. We already went over. Excuse me, sir. Ouch. I think I can nip up. Master Sword is running low. I proved that there was a castle door here, because look at this. The door for the for those who are new and didn't know, the door for the castle is here. I keep doing this every time I come here. I always do this for people. I fit this door many times before. I fit the door over here. Believe it or not, that door fits in there. We've actually lined it up before. So now, let's explain the placement of Death Mountain, right? So if this is Castle Hyrule and you're in it, remember, if you're facing in Castle Hyrule, in Ocarina of Time, behind Castle Hyrule is Death Mountain, right? Well, what's that? Hold on. Oh, crap. Behind oh, shit. Remove. Who's that in the room? Remove.
What's good? What's good?
What's up, CM? I'm over here going over some lore. So, there's Dueling Peaks. There's Death Mountain. Death Mountain is behind Castle Hyrule because it's behind. It's way off. The draw distance may be far, but there goes Death Mountain. Death Mountain is supposed to be behind Castle Hyrule. So this is it. It's behind the old Castle Hyrule and it's behind the new Castle Hyrule. The draw distance is further. That's why I don't agree with the whole thing about the map of well, Triforce. Well, maybe there's the Ocarina of Time is the Great Plateau itself, the whole field. No, Hyrule Field is still Hyrule Field. But it's still, see, if this is Castle Hyrule, Death Mountain's still behind it. But the old Castle Hyrule from Ocarina of Time is right here. So Death Mountain is still behind it. There are other areas of the world that you don't go to. Zora was left. Zora was left of Hyrule Castle. Draw distance is far off, but the Zoro domain is still here, and the Lost Woods would be down here. Faron Woods. I've always said Faron Woods was the original Lost Woods, especially the Deku Tree being here at Dela Village Ruins. Because if you come here, you see where this Korok seed is? I said this was the original Deku Tree, which is right here next to Faron Woods, which is the original Lost Woods. Elden Bridge would not be able to be accessible from here. Well, it doesn't really show you the journey to Death Mountain. It's more like a cutscene to so who knows how far Link had to travel. Exactly. Each of the areas you go to, there's a cutscene that you have to go long. It fades out and then you appear in the area. So if they really want to, they can say, okay, listen, you can see in the distance, but it's a draw distance for you to get there. And you have to remember the technology that they were using at the time. Don't underestimate the Japanese. Tony Wood. Since do you think Dueling Peaks might be the old Death Mountain? No. Because Southern Hyrule always had Spackle Rock. In the beginning of, okay, so let me show you guys some stuff about Zelda 1, right? So let's go back to Zelda 1. I'm going to show you where Zelda 1 is. Zelda 1 is here. Paramount Beach is the first. That's the stage 1. This is where the beach is, where Link goes, and then he runs up to the side of it, and then he comes on an Ebon Mountain. And when you come across Ebon Mountain, because you're still up in well, you'd have to go further up. You have to go further up. But Dueling Peaks could be the original Speckle Rock because it's there, but the old Death Mountain. There is a, where is this here? Here's Spackled Rock. Let me show you Zelda 1. Let me show you Zelda 1's map for a second. Let's go back here. Let's do this one at a time, right? So you land. This is the beach. If you come across the beach, right, you come into a small village here, right? In this small village here, the Rhoam village, this is where the beach area is, right? You go inside one of the places. The guy says, don't go alone. It's dangerous. Don't go alone. You get you the sword. You travel furthermore. There's a bridge, right? There's a bridge that takes you up to the first level. That could be Royal Springs. It could be. But there's a bridge that crosses you over. And if you cross over to that bridge, it takes you to the Lost Woods. But look at the region you're in. Faron Woods, the original Lost Woods, right? If you go straight across from Lost Woods and you go up from the Lost Woods, there goes Spackle Rock. But then that means that where is the graveyard? Spackle Rock was the original Death Mountain. Where would be the graveyard? Well, the graveyard could have been, it's been 10,000 years. The graveyard could have been removed. The graveyard could have been removed. Press A to grab destiny. What? Take this. This actually makes so much sense, Zelda. Well, here's the thing. It makes sense, but it's not fully accurate. Remember, in making this game, there were things that they had to add to kind of make changes so that we could understand. Like, for instance, in my timeline theory, right? In my timeline theory, when Link went to Hollandrun in Oracle of Seasons and Ages, Hollandrun is here in the Faron Sea, in the Nekluda Sea. East of the Nekluda Sea, right, is Hundrula. That's where you go on Oracles of Seasons and Ages. When you beat the game and you get on the boat, you come from there, you're sailing back. As you're sailing back, you're passing Eventide Island, and a lightning rod, Ganon's lightning hits you. You get stranded. You sail to your body floats to the island. Now, no one knows whether Link was conscious on the island or sleeping on the island. I believe Link was sleeping on the island when the lightning hit him, and he went to an event Kohlin Island, which is Link's Awakening. I believe he was sleeping the entire time, unconscious, on this island. And he had to waken the windfish for the windfish to wake him up. And the way the windfish woke him up, after he woke up, the windfish shot him up into the air and threw him back into the ocean. When he got thrown back into the ocean, he was on a raft. He drifted on the raft to the first beach in Zelda 1. 3 levels from Zelda 1 is the area where you start in the game, which would be what's the name of this place? Lorillin Village. You go inside the place, it's dangerous alone, go without there, and then you start your mission. You come over here, there's a place where you cross over on a bridge before you can get to the Lost Woods, which the original Lost Woods is Faron Woods. We all know this. When you play, what's the name of this thing here? Twilight Princess, etc. And then if you go across, the horse people, the half horse people lived in this area. When you go into the Lost Woods and you go all the way left of the Lost Woods, at the very end is where those red and blue half horse people are, which just so happens to be where the horse god is, Lake of the Horse God, Ganon's horse, and that's where you also find the Lynels, which are those red and blue people. So that would make sense if you're matching this landmass up with Zelda 1. And then there's Spackle Rock. Now in Zelda 2, Spackle Rock connects to more of Death Mountain, which is this mountain range area over here, which you go into, and the mountain range comes up in Zelda 2, and then left of the mountain, right, would be Hyrule Castle. That's the North Castle right here. So Zelda 2 this is the new castle in Zelda 2. But if this is the new castle in Zelda 2, right? If that's the new castle in Zelda 2, what is the Great Palace? The Great Palace would be original Hyrule Castle from Ocarina of Time. This is it. No. The Great Palace would be where Mido. Okay, there would have to be you sail across to another land. Oh wow. The second half of Zelda, the second half of Zelda 2's map, I don't think is here. I think it would be on this side. You'd have to go. You take a raft. No, you would take a raft across, right? So if it's North Hyrule, you come down here, there's a rock blocking. You bust open that rock, you come across. There's Mido Swamp. Where's Mido Swamp? Zelda 2 had a Mido Swamp. So where's Mido Swamp? Here. Minish Woods? No. I know there was a Mido Swamp somewhere here in the game. Where's Mido Swamp? Mido Swamp is an indication to where the second landmass for Zelda 2 map would be. We have to find Mido's Craggle Rock. Okay, hold on guys. I gotta find Mido's swamp. Mido Swamp exists in Zelda 2, The Adventures of Link. So give me a second guys, I'm looking for it. And I remember seeing Mido Swamp here. Milder Woods, no. Fairly Pond, no. Kanto, no. Maple, no. Mido Swamp, Lost Woods. It's in the Lost Woods? You're right, Mido Swamp. That would take you over here. You would take a water path. There's a water path here. Mido Swamp was here. There's a small water path that takes you on the other side of the island. When you're on the other side of the island, there's a Death Mountain. No, that's not Death Mountain there. There's a that's Daruna Mountain.
Wait, isn't that name a reference to the Goron from
Yes.
Majora's Mask?
Yes, but it's in Zelda 2.
Oh, okay, got you.
Over time, the sea must have rose up or the land broke off. No. There's definitely 10,000 years of erosion and things have been moved. Because the original Deku Tree is... you can go... The Mido Swamp could just be named after Mido because they moved the swamp. Just like this Deku Tree here in the Lost Woods is not the original Deku Tree. The original Deku Tree from Ocarina of Time is in Faron Woods. That much I know. Let me see. Damn. God damn it, there's nothing close enough for me to get there. Alright. Spring of Courage, though. Alright, guys. So let me show you where the original Deku Tree is. I'm talking about the Lost Woods Ocarina of Time Deku Tree. Check near the Lost Woods. Yeah, we found it. We found it. Thank you. Load. Damn. Come on, man. Jabu Jabu Shrine. Oh my goodness. Hold on for a second, guys. I gotta do this. I gotta remember every 20 minutes to do this. We're gonna get back to the point of the king though, because it looks like we found out the mystery that the king actually still, the king was still able to do something even in his death. The king had a lot to do. All right, come on, really? This is what we're doing, guys? Now see if you can find the dungeon hole Majora takes you to teleport. Really, Mocats? We're trying to be stupid. We're trying to be stupid here. Is that what we're doing here, Mocats? All right. I see. That's what we're doing here. I'm like, it is obvious that there's a lot of references to all the Zelda games here. That's not what we're contesting. We're just trying to find where is what from where. For what game? Where can you find what and from what game? You did that already, Triforce. Yeah, I know, but this is for all the new people that's here. And can someone give me a count on... Honey, can you check my stream and see how much people's in the room? The whole Termia in Hyrule. Alright, I just wanted to be able to come here. I hope I can jump over this mountain. 54. Alright, welcome all 54 people. Crap, I don't even know... Sorry, someone... I'm sure... Okay, oh. Gotta get out of here. Oh, son of a bitch. Alright, let me see where we... Okay, good. I can run over. I never really thought about coming up here, you know. Faron Woods. I refreshed and got 57. I still need to finish watching your stream from yesterday. That's a lot, man. There's a big correction I have regarding that stream. Guys, I really don't want to play with you guys. Honestly. So if y'all don't mind me going around y'all, I'd greatly appreciate that. Hi guys. Bye guys. Come on guys, leave me alone. I'm over here excavating, y'all want to bother me. Alright. There go Lake Delvia or whatever. Something was here. That moron lives there. Hopefully this moron doesn't bother me. So see guys, just wanted to you know something, just cause I just look, if you leave me alone, I got no problem with you, alright? I'm over here trying to do something. But if you shoot at me, I will destroy you. I will massacre you. Alright. So look. See that there, guys? If you look on, hold on, let me try to get you a better angle. So there it is. This is the original Deku Tree. This area right here in Dela Lake, this is where the original Lost Woods Deku Tree was. Remember, you had the Lost Woods here, right? And there's a path that you have to take in this in the Lost Woods that would bring you to the Deku Tree. Deya Lake. All you have to do is replace that Y with a K, and you have Deca Lake. Delia Ruins. After Ganon, because this place gets destroyed. This place is over 10,000 years old. There's old ruins here. This is definitely the Deku Tree. I'm telling you, this is the old Deku Tree. Look at that. Look at that tree crater. For instance, let's go down there and explore. Deku Tree Senior, yes. See it? Go to the stump. There go the original. That's the original crater of the Deku Tree. Something hit it and just destroyed this place. This place got wrecked. There's a well there, and there's a town. This very town that we're in could be the Lost Woods Kakariko village. The original Lost Woods village. So, going back, let me now warp back to Hyrule Kingdom. I just want to show everyone that. I don't want to go to the Shrine of Resurrections. What? Yeah, let's go into the Eastern Abbey. The whole Termia in Hyrule. Nah, Termia is in a completely different reality. It has nothing to do with Hyrule. So this would be the old Castle Hyrule. The King's Throne would be here. This would be the first doorway out. This is the second doorway out. You don't want to turn on, my friend. And it's the last doorway out. So this is the Great Hall to get to the king. And it looks like they almost got to the king. Yeah, they almost got to the king. These guys was warring in here, boy. These guys were warring in here. One, two, three. And you know why? You know why? I want to show you guys something, right? If you look at the old Kingdom of Hyrule, right? I want to show you that the Sentinels, well, they might as well be Sentinels. You have to really take into account the Guardians. What were their purpose and what were they doing? You ever notice in this entire front part of the the Great Plateau, the Guardians are only found in 3 areas: the Temple of Time, and the what's the word? The name of this? And Town Square. The main castle walls, right? The Great Castle walls. There they go. And then the front of the Great Plateau, where clearly this is where they came from, because they could not climb the castle walls. That we know. They could not climb the castle walls. Yeah, this was a part of the kingdom. Look, I'm looking right at it, man. I'm looking right at it. This is where the old Hyrule was. Hey guys, all 57 of you guys in here, man. Please leave a like. Between now and Age of Calamity, I will be streaming a whole bunch of Zelda, going through some lore to try to figure out what's gonna happen in the game. You guys can join along in the adventure as I do more excavating of the land. So, just like the positions, the guardian of the guardians, some of the shrines are key locations as well. Correct. So see, the guardians try to come through from here in the water. As you can see, if you look here, they flooded this area to stop. No, don't use that yet. They flooded this area, and they barricaded this area to stop the guardians from coming in. Damn, the glare of the sun, man. You can't look down in the water right now. But I showed it in the last stream where it showed the water was what's the word for this here? What I want to know is what's this? I've always been asking since the beginning of the game. What's this headstone for? Was someone buried here? Is that where the... This is my theory on this, right? Because we keep talking about the king, but we never talk about the queen. I think the king and the queen, these are their headstones. This is the front of the... Yeah, the Great Plateau is a castle, man. This is Hyrule Castle. Can't tell me this, man. This is Hyrule Castle. Look at that. This is the entrance of Hyrule Castle. And to stop the guardians from coming in, they literally barricaded it with thick sand. This is the entrance. They tried to go through there and they couldn't, because they barricaded and they threw water. If you look at this, I'm gonna run out here. Look at this. This is all a roadway. Gate Post Town ruins. So gate post. So these outposts that you see destroyed, they're guarding the gate. That's the gate. This is the gateway into the original Castle Hyrule. So then, where's the drawbridge? Old Castle Hyrule had a road that led, and when you got into it, it led you to the Great Palace. Is there a drawbridge around here? Or has the water dried up that long ago? Could be. Wow, that's right. They never mentioned the queen. What's going on, Kronos? Love listening to the lore from you, man. I appreciate it, man. Hit that like, smash that like button. I'm gonna assume you subscribed. That's how you got here. But see, this is clearly a wall, guys. This is clearly a castle wall. Clearly. And since this would be Ocarina of Time, it would only make sense that since this is Ocarina of Time, that this would be the castle walls. Oh, I don't... Time out. Let me see where my... Okay, I still got some time. Let's load this. Vinny, only Urbosa mentions the queen. Maybe we'll see her in Age of Calamity. Yeah, the Great Plateau is almost one-to-one of the old castle's town from Ocarina. C.A. Brown, the Great Plateau is almost one-to-one of the old castle towns from Ocarina of Time. How long are you streaming for? I'm going to make this a 4-hour stream, so we got 3 hours remaining. So back up on the top. So let's go over this battle again. So the king led his troops back to the great after they lost Castle Hyrule. The ghost of the king led his troops back to the great castle after they took the citadel, Akala Citadel. The last remaining place they could have come to was the old Castle Hyrule and the Temple of Time, which is kind of funny. You think the king decided to say, let's go to the Temple of Time so he can go back in time before the great calamity of Ganon and become known of everything, stop the champions from dying in the whole 9 yards? But the only one who could do it would be Link, because he has the Master Sword. Yes, and no one could use the Master Sword. So they couldn't go back in time because Link was out of commission. So the king led his soldiers. The soldiers came out. They battled valiant. Oops, come back up here. the soldiers valiantly fighting the guardians that were coming up. The king was like, they got, is there any waterway over here? Oh, Hopper Pond. Hopper Pond has water. The Great Plateau has water. They probably said, you know what they probably did? While fighting these guys and destroying them, they had the soldiers grab water from the Great Plateau's water, come, and they literally just poured it in here. They flooded this area. Or someone used the Ocarina and called down the Song of Storms, and it just rained right in this area until the water just filled this area. So the any let me see something. What you guys are saying? All right, it looks like they dug dirt in the Great Plateau. They did. It looks like they definitely dug dirt here. These guys, no, this wasn't dirt. They didn't dig this. This leads down. There's a staircase that leads deep down in there. There's a staircase, man. I wish you could dive in the water, man. You can only dash, but you can't. Wait a minute. How long have you not played this game, Triforce? I doubt this is gonna work, guys. I'm just seeing something. You never know. Oh, good, because I was about to say I would have came down there and y'all up. Real talk. Let me see if I can dive. Yeah, but I rise back up. Damn. Okay, so see if you look down there, right? You can see this was barricaded. They barricaded this area to literally stop these guys from invading. No iron boots. No, there's no iron boots. The blood moon is real, and frequencies change people around us. I wonder who discovered the blood moon food recipe. Zelda is relates to our world. Welcome, Chronos. They probably redirected the water into that area from the pond and other nearby places. Yeah. So going back over, right? So the one I can how many of these guys I can count? So they stormed in. 1, 2, right? 3, right? Damn. These dudes knocked down this. They knocked down this wall like it's nothing. These guys are mad destructive, B. Right? So they knocked them down, right? The king can't fight, but he was physically here, at least visually. The guardians forced them back up here into the what's the name of this thing here? Market Square of Hyrule, right? When they came here, there goes the Temple of Time, and then further over there would be the actual main castle. They destroyed all of the actual stores, because the stores were all here. This is town square in Ocarina of Time when you enter Hyrule Kingdom. You see this water fountain here? This is the water fountain. We all remember this water fountain, that's for sure. We all remember this water fountain, right? And the left of the water fountain would be the Temple of Time, which is where it is, right? Here are the other cathedrals in there. What's the name of these boys here? The Guardians came in. They started trashing the place, right? Boom, boom, boom. The Guardians even got. So wait, that's the old time square. So let me ask this. Let me try to figure out something. All right. Yes, that's the okay. So yeah, we made that. We made that's for sure, right? They go to columns. Look at this shit. There's a Guardian in here. That's crazy. They reached this far. These boys wasn't playing no games. They even got up here. And you see, the thing about the Guardians in the Great Plateau, they're only in key areas. They're not all over the other places. They knew what they were coming for. They came here to destroy the Temple of Time, to stop anyone from going back in time, to stop them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yo, how does Earth get on these guys? Like, is someone earth bending and shit? Come in here. This is the Temple of Time. Right? You walk in. The Master Sword's no longer there because it's moved to the Lost Woods. They blew off this whole... Wow. This right here got hit. My man came in. My man's on the wall. Did anyone make it to the top? No one made it to the top. They blew a hole right here. They blew this hole down. If you come up here, guys, there's something you guys may not even notice. There are 2 gravestones. Look at this. Someone was buried here. I always wanted to move this. I hope in the new Zelda game, like, these gravestones can be moved and there's something underground to be sort out from, right? But yeah, 2 headstones are here. This statue, which is the statue of the goddess, this is the angels at the same time. A miniature version of the statue from Skyward Sword is here. This is where the Master Sword used to be placed to go back and forth in time. So Ganon and them, they came in here, they did their thing, they raided it, but they were able to stave off the Guardians. After destroying the Guardians now, right? That could be the old graves of the past monarchs, yeah. Try. Who other Ganondorf would know of such a Temple of Time? Only one Ganondorf knows the Temple of Time. See, now that I'm standing up from here and looking, I'm looking left. I'm looking left of the Temple of Time. And if you look left of the Temple of Time, look at that, guys. That is a castle. You can't say that was not once a castle. That's Castle Hyrule from Ocarina of Time. There goes the bridge that crosses you over to it. And that down there, this is where Link meets Zelda. When you're going through the garden, when you're trying to sneak past the guards to come meet Zelda, you have to go through the little maze and stuff like that. Here's the maze. This is the little maze of areas that you have to skip through. After you skip through it and you make it all the way past them, this is where you come in as little kid Link in Ocarina of Time. Zelda is standing right there. She's standing right there. Link, so let's act like this is Ocarina of Time all over again. Link comes back and he has a Triforce on his hand. And he's here and he sees Zelda and he walks up to Zelda like this. And he tells Zelda everything. Zelda is standing here by the mirror, the window. And this is where Link and Zelda look in to see Ganon talking to the king. This is where they would be behind this glass. And see, there's a moat. There's a moat here. And like if you play Ocarina of Time, there's a moat that surrounds the area and where Zelda is. And look, this small little moat. Here it is. See? Water used to be here. And it circles around it. My man, really? Really? I'm doing something. See, it circles all the way around. So when you play Ocarina of Time, this is the moat that separates you so you can't go over by the windows and look and see where you see Mario and Luigi. Because there's water there that you can't even get to. This is where, oops, jump. This is where you would look and you'd see them. Now, if people are wondering, well, what did the walls look like? A couple of these rooms all look the same. So let me show you what it actually looked like. Because there's a room that actually looks like it. There's several of these rooms that look like it. So this is a better version of the structure that remains where you meet Zelda. It's a carbon copy of it. See, same step up area, and same type of window. The only difference here is there is no moat. See, no moat is here. In fact, this guardian kicks in this wall right here. Oh no, this is an entranceway. Guardian in a kick in this wall. Guardian came in. Where did the guardian come through? Oh, he came in from the top, crashed down on it, and came in. So someone should this could have been like a royalty figure that was in here, and they met their fate here and died. Hyrule soldiers fought valiantly here. So yeah, so this is definitely old Ocarina of Time. We knew this. It's just for the new people who are coming in who have never heard this story before. When I did this stream back in 2017, I'm just doing it again for you new guys that's actually here. This is just crazy, man. Seeing the old ruins rebuilt again for environmental lore purposes. This is wild. This is wild. All right. Gavin, no way. Yes way. I don't think I ever made that connection while playing the game for the first time. Well, when I played the game for the first time, I told everyone this was at the end of the timeline. And everything that you see in this game is all of Hyrule as a whole, not bits and pieces. Because you have to understand, when you're playing all the other Zelda games, you're in different portions of Hyrule. Everyone's like, nah, that's just Hyrule. No, you're in different portions of it. Hyrule is massive. It's not any one point. It is massive. So the king fought. They fought valiantly, right? After they took the temple, right? This is the area where Zelda was watching Ganon over 10,000 years ago. For those who just walked in, and I'm just going over this again. You see this? See this concrete I'm jumping on? This used to be a structured building here. Definitely was a structured building here. One could only needs this. Look, more concrete. So this is where they probably judged Ganon. And so this wasn't really the king's place. This is just where they judged Ganon. But if you wanted to go to the actual king's quarters, you'd have to cross over the bridge right here. And then now you're in the actual castle where the old king of Hyrule used to be. Well, what's left of the castle anyway. And then you would walk here, and this is the last stronghold for the king. See? Staircase that leads to the last part of where the king would be. Come in, corridor 1, corridor 2, corridor 3, and then this is the last corridor 4. And it would only make sense. It would only make... Oops. Sword. Okay, 1 second, guys. Load. Whoops. Playing it kind of close there. Look in community hall. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Cornelius. See, guys, let me show you something. Let me show you something, guys. I'm going to copy paste something just for you guys to see, right? Okay, let me save this. Load. Great Plateau, Temple of Time. Yeah, I'll just go Temple of Time here. So, alright guys, I'm putting a picture here. Click that picture. It confuses me because in Ocarina of Time there was also Ganon's castle, which was different. Ganon's castle. No, that's in the alternate future. That's in the alternate future. In the main timeline, it's just Castle Hyrule. When they go forward in time, it's Ganon's castle, which you destroy, and then you that first of all, in that future, that entire castle gets destroyed anyway. So if you guys go, I sent you guys a picture in the the YouTube, right? In the YouTube chat. So let me see something here, right? Ganon's castle looked colored, to be honest. See, I'm looking here at the picture. Yeah, man. If you guys click that link that I put in the room, you can see, look, the two pillars by the window, right here. Right here. This is the stair walkway going up, right? They had flowers here, right? Where the drapes of Hyrule will be on the side walls, right? All right, let me go use because this place is completely destroyed, so it's kind of hard to use this. But let's go. You see the moat, right? You see the water around it, right? This is what I'm talking about. This is the water area. This is the water area right here. It's the water area. All right, I need this one because its walls are still intact. You know, I never came up on these walls right here. All right, so right there, this is where they would hang the banisters, the Triforce banisters there. These are the windows to the side that you would see. You look up and you see Mario and Zelda and whatnot. So yeah, it's confirmed. This is old Kingdom Hyrule, which makes sense why they would call it the Great Plateau. It would only make sense. Let me go back to the chat. Yeah, I seen it. So the king fought there valiantly and they won the battle. They won the battle. So one of my predictions is that this is where the last battle takes place. After they storm ancient Hyrule and they take it down, right? I don't think they take down the Temple of Time. They damaged it, but I think the king's forces were able to stop it. Now, here's my thing. See, it's kind of funny. They may make Link come. This may not be the final battle. This may not be the final battle. This may not be the area where the final battle happens. And Link may actually come here early in the game and secure the Great Plateau rather than the king. Link may be the one who have came here and did this. But whether it's Link or the king, somebody came here and fought these guys. Somebody, that's for sure. Because the king lived here. We know because he has a house over there and he says he lived here. Let me go check that wall. The last battle was a Kala Citadel. Red Supernamic, why do you say the last battle was a Kala Citadel? A Kala Citadel they lose. And also, Red, come inside the community hall so you can talk to me via voice. You don't have to type, dog. No, a Kala Citadel fell before Link fell at Link didn't fall at Bachi Plain. Link fell at the Fort Hanato. Fort Hanato is one of the last battles before. Fort Hanato leads to the end of Age of Calamity. That's where Link falls. Zelda gets to tell the sheep guys take Link to the restoration. That's why I think the Great Plateau is the final battle. The Great Plateau. The reason why I think the Great Plateau is a final battle. Look, this is a castle wall that's shot open, B. That's shot. Flying, I believe flying guardians did all of this damage to the castle walls, and they arrowed them down. And I know this for a fact. I know this because there are weapons. There are weapons that are on top of these this fortress. So soldiers were here fighting. That's for sure. Well, obviously soldiers had to have been here fighting. Battery Plains is right outside of Fort. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. Well, I just call it Fort Hateno. Battery Plains is like I just call it Fort Hateno. So you're correct. I stand corrected. Why did I come down here? Oh, I thought that was a sword. Fort Hateno. Easily they lose. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I don't think there's no way they could have fought at there's no way they could have fought at what's the name of this thing? Fort Hateno, because Fort Hateno is lost. Fort Hateno is still lost. 100 years later, the Guardians still secure the fortress. Like we literally went there. There's no way they won anything at Fort Hateno. Fort Hateno, they got bodied. That's free. They got scraped. And there's a big battle that happened there. That they lost the citadel, but they secured the region of Akala because there was a huge battle. One moment. Load. Damn. This is crazy. Did the dragons exist before Calamity struck? The dragons have existed since. Dragons have been existing in Zelda since Zelda. Like, dragons have always existed. Has these particular dragons existed that long? That we don't know. Well, that I don't know. Load. Temple of Time. So this is why Akala is not the final battle. The final battle is definitely, I believe, after the reason why I believe the Great Plateau is the final battle is because they had to bring Link's body here. And I think by bringing Link's body here, Ganon's forces was like, we must stop them from securing Link's body, etc., etc. And they took him to the Great Plateau. And that's what made them come to the Great Plateau. Where is it? Akala. And when they came to the Great Plateau, this is why I believe that who fought on the Great Plateau? It can't be Link. He was out of commission. I believe the spirit of King Rhoam led the last remaining forces of Hyrule to defend the Great Plateau. And they didn't win it, but they neutralized it by killing the Guardians, the last remaining forces on Hyrule, and they secured the Great Plateau. They didn't win the battle. They just secured. They stopped the Guardians from being able to come up there and attack them. That's what I believe. That's my prediction. That's my prediction for Age of Calamity. So we're gonna have this. I'll do a wrap-up piece, and I'm also going to do a video on this because I want to do a recap on this, on everything that we find here. I'll make notes to it, or whatever the case may be. See? Look, the Guardians are still alive here. They're not done. These dudes are still alive here. Knight's shield, right? That means knights were here. Our guys fought valiantly here. Look at this. Look at this piece of See, they took this fortress. They died here. Our men, look, this was a royal fortress. There's no way they would have brought the king here. The king, first of all, we already confirmed the king died in Hyrule Castle. So there's no reason for the king to even come here. Why would the king even come here when he died in Hyrule Castle? What I believe, or what I know to believe is, okay, let me see something here, is that the king went to, Really? Oh, wait. Time out. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Up. Oh. Hey. See, Akala's been taken, man. These guys came in and they ransacked this place. They killed everyone in here. This is another room. Nope. Dead. That hit him hard. The Spring of Power is Ganon Spring. That's why it's most guarded. Wait, what if you played out bringing Link to the Great Plateau with Ganon's forces trying to stop you? That would be God tier. Who remembers Akala region? There are still flying guardians right outside the Spring of Power. Yes, they are. The people. Wait, I'm reading this backwards. Sorry, guys. The dragons is the dragons it is. Ganon said quadruple security. Don't let anyone enter. Escort Link. All that Ganon gives jizz everywhere. Yo, you stupid. So now here we are, right in the fort in the town. I want to show you guys, for whoever haven't been watching my stream, I'm gonna show you how really, like, I don't even know how to even say this, like how messed up this is that they took the fort, right? You know how you be like, no one survived the fortress, right? So I killed a guy here. Look, there's a room underneath me, right? And that room, if you guys haven't noticed, has been barricaded. You think there's no way in. And I saw this a while ago. Look, there's a way in. Hey, duck. Now you see this? This is really, really like, this is like dreaded, man. Someone lived here until they died. All Nintendo had to do to make this even better was leave the remaining of someone's skeletons right here. This would have been like, damn. Like, why did I be like that, Nintendo? One moment, guys. It would be a waste is he didn't get to play as Robbie and Puro taken in the Shrine of Resurrection. They both said in the game that they put him there. Yes, and if they put him there, that's probably who you play as. Taking Link, So they had to take him to the Great Plateau. But in taking Link to the Great Plateau, the question remains, who led the Knights of Hyrule there? That's the question. Who led the Knights? Someone lived there until their bones turned to dust. 100 years ago? Nah, their bones couldn't have been turned to dust, man. Not 100 years. Or it could have just been something that they just... Nah, Impa didn't live here. Impa's alive. Damn, man. These people were trapped in here. That's depressing. What? Rusty halberd. See, soldiers came here. They really tried to stop this, man. They failed terribly. As I showed you guys in my last video, right? I showed you in my last video the 5 cannons firing off, right? That was here, although there's only 4. But don't worry, we all know these were the cannons that they were using, right? To defend Hyrule. And they lost. Look, these guys took this fortress, man. Wait a minute. Calamity dissolved the remains. Oh, that Shataro, yeah. Insanity, such a sad story. Yeah, that's why I know the king didn't come here. There's nothing for the king to come here to. There's nothing here. These guys got bought. Akala Tower got took. Now this is what I was trying to explain to people about Akala Tower getting taken. They took Akala Tower, but the reality is they didn't really want the tower. They wanted the region, B. They wanted the region. We'll come back and explore Akala Tower in a second. There's something here I saw that I never got a chance to. Wait a minute. Hold up. Soldier's bow. Yeah, they fought here to the death. They fought here to the death. Soldier's sword. These guys put in work. They put in some work. You gotta respect Hyrule soldiers. They put in some work. Was Akala attacked first? I don't think so. I don't think Akala was the first place they attacked. I think Akala is like 3rd to last or 4th to last. There are other places they had to take out first. I know they wanted to get the region, that's for sure. Try, do you have a fierce deity armor? No, I don't do the massing. I try to keep things straight to the lore. So I stay away from the fierce deity. Where's this thing that I wanted to go to? Ah, that's what it was. Okay. So what was this? Oh, that's where the other... Okay, yeah. Alrighty then. There we go. What is this area? Oh, that's another fortress. They also fired cannons here as well. So they also fired cannons in this area. It'd be funny if you can play... They were firing cannons to the bridge. Yo, that's crazy. Can you imagine? They had to fire cannons. There's like, take the bridge. They had to take the bridge down, because if they didn't take the bridge down, the Guardians would come in more. So they were desperate. They had no choice. The castle was the first. Hyrule Castle was the first to fall. More cannons. There are more cannons. And then you see that road right here? That road is where the Guardians all came from. They took this line and the Guardians came down this road. And the Guardians wanted to take Akala region. They definitely wanted to take the Tauren wetlands. There are 3 batteries, places of cannons, yeah. What happened to your stream yesterday? Oh, internet problems. That the stream wasn't working. So I just held it off until now. Yo. Oh, we hit each other. I don't want to be using my other weapons on you.
Rivali's Gale is now ready.
No, guys, I'm not one of those guys that uses shortcuts, believe it or not. Come on, man. Hit it with the boomerang. I don't have the boomerang. Alright, Hyrule Castle, let me see something. Yo, check Community Hall. I found stuff in the book regarding the cannons and stuff. Alright. I am in the Community Hall. Thank you for the pictures of... Yep, see? Hyrule Castle is northwest of the town square. And Temple of Time is northeast of it. From the circle. Rashawn, what's up? If Majora's Mask is in this game, where's Fierce Deity? Majora's Mask is an alternate reality. It does not exist. Majora's Mask is in the Lost Woods. Wow, that's amazing. Okay. So yes, here, I don't have time to be playing with these guys. Here, all of these, after they took Akala Citadel up there, what the hell? Oh, wow. They sent about 50 Guardians down here. Look at this. And there was a huge, in Age of Calamity, man. In Age of Calamity, best believe, there's a battle here. A huge one at that. What? You're my man. Cause I don't got time, cuz. So as you can see here, huge battle took place here. Link and somebody, an outpost had to be here because there are ruins there. As you can see here, there are pillars here. This may not have been an outway. It doesn't have to actually be an outpost. But clearly some type of structure. Look, there's a floor here. This is a collar something. Look at the big ass size of this pillar. Something was here. May not be fort wise, but some type of Hylanian structure was here, and these guys came here, and a big battle ensued because there's a lot of dead guardians here. See, hallway and everything. This may be the ruins of a castle that. Mind your business. Look, some of these things are still operating. See, one of this still stands. This this piece still stands. Hold on. I just came from that. This battle in the wetlands took place. You're definitely going to see that in Hyrule Warriors, because Link whoops their ass. And the last time I count, I think it was like 30, almost 40. No, I think it was was it 50? No, I think it was like 40 of these guardians here. Really? Are you stupid? My man. Just south of this road is Lake Akala. It's great. Oh, whoa. I'm not talking about the view. Okay. The Twilight Realm exists in a shadow of this one, said by Minda. Yeah, no, we understand that, but like it's not like there's a realm I can go to physically. You have to get the mirror to go there. You have to find the portal to Termia. Those places, like I said, are alternate realities, but they're not like same thing for Lorule. Like you have to go through the cracks of the wall to get to the whatever, etc., etc. But it's not like I can go there by horse or something like that. I wish my car worked after 100 years, like the Guardians do. Oh shit. So if Link, is Wolf Link yet he's still in the game. It's not. Thank you, Raven Rogue. It's not accessible. Let me see. Oh, that's right. I have the shield on here, and I have the Link's actual shield on in this game. Save. And then load. I will load the I guess I'll load a color here. Wolf Link isn't in the game. You need an amiibo to access him. Red Super Namek. I'm looking at the Hyrule fields that you have, but you have to keep in mind that those Hyrule fields are based on those games at that time. Draw this.
I didn't post the Hyrule fields. I just posted the page at the very bottom.
Oh no, the ones before is okay. That's not true. Who's that then?
Cornelius.
Oh, it's Cornelius. Okay.
Also, I just have two questions about.
Sure. Please ask.
Yeah. So you say the King of Hyrule had to go somewhere. What makes you think that? Why don't you think that he was killed in the castle, like the main castle?
No. In the last stream I had, I said he wasn't killed in the main castle. He was thought to have been killed because in Zelda's dream, she says him and the 4 champions were killed. What I forgot was that when you talk to the King of Hyrule, which I played at the early beginning of the stream, he tells you he was killed at the castle. So there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. The mystery was this: how could he have been killed at the castle and end up at the Great Plateau, or Plateau? Is it plateau or plateau? It's plateau, right?
Plateau.
It's plateau.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. So plateau. How could he have been killed in Castle Hyrule, but then make it to the Great Plateau or plateau?
You mean his grave?
No, not his grave. Remember, Zelda
Or just his ghost?
his ghost is on the Great Plateau.
Yeah.
Right? I went over the entire thing in the beginning of the game, and he explains what happens. He says Ganon, he died with the 4 champions in Castle Hyrule. That's what he says. Actually, he doesn't really say he died. He says his life was taken. He doesn't say where he died. He just says his life was taken. He said the 4 champions died in Castle Hyrule.
Well, no, they died in their divine beasts.
But he says they died in Castle Hyrule.
Are you sure?
You know something? Let me go over that video one more time, right?
Because I'm fairly certain he says that they all died in their own divine beasts, which you can even see in the trailer for the new game. You can see the moments they die, pretty much, for each of them.
Let's see here, right? All right, I'm gonna mute this. I'm gonna mute this on my end. Why is it not muting? Oh, okay. So let me see something here. I'm gonna read it to you what he says. All right. He says, okay, this is what he says. It devastated, the great calamity was merciless. It devastated everything in its path, a century ago, right? It was, he says, lower century, all right, lower century. It was then that my life was taken away from me. And since that time, here I have remained in spirit form. So let me go over the context of what he's saying. I was king, he goes, I was King Rhoam, Bosphorus, whatever. I was the last leader of Hyrule, the kingdom which no longer exists. He transforms, last king of Hyrule, right? The great calamity was merciless. It devastated everything in its path, a century ago. It was then my life was taken away from me. So we know he died a century ago during the Great Calamity. But it doesn't tell you how he died, where he died. It doesn't state. So let me go to the part where he mentions the champions, right? And he says, and since that time, here I have remained in spirit form, which we conclude that the king of Hyrule is mad powerful. He even though he died, he remained in spirit form in the living realm for 100 years, and he can physically interact in the living realm, because he chops woods. He gives you an apple. He physically puts an apple in your hand here. So he's physically interacting in the realm. That's why I'm like, then if that's the case, then the king could have very well led the last stand, Helm's Deep. He could have held Helm's Deep at the Great Plateau in ghost form. But to his soldiers, he's alive. Just like how he tricks the player, the gamers. We got tricked. We thought that was an actual person, but he's dead. But he can create. He remains in spirit form, and he even says it. Let me go on. He says, I don't think it was wise to overwhelm you while memory is still fragile. So rather than that, I thought it best to assume a temporary form. So wait. So he is dead, but he's just in a physical body. No,
he's still dead.
He's dead, but this is what I'm trying to get to is that the king is far greater than what we thought he is. This is what. That's why if you, that's why if you
This
look.
sounds like some like Jedi shit.
Yes, think of it like that. Think of it like a Jedi, right? So if you, that's why I put the thumbnail, the secret and mysterious 2 lives of King Rhoam. He lived 2 lives. One when he was alive in Hyrule, and one after he died. He then assumed, right? And I'm reading it, I'm quoting his words. So rather than that, I thought it best to assume a temporary form. So even when he was dead, for the next 100 years in Hyrule, he lived as a form of the old man, and he was able to interact. So my question is, this is the mystery now. Did he die in Castle Hyrule? That's one.
He did.
And who confirms that?
Well, I know you already mentioned this, but Zelda does. And also, I'm looking in the actual lore book they put out after the game was released, and they have an entire I have to say 30 pages of all the events leading down to the downfall of Hyrule.
Yeah.
And the very first one is Calamity Gane's revival, and it's like a whole 3 paragraphs about just him rising into Hyrule Castle. And there's a line, where is it? The Guardians flooded out of Hyrule Castle like locusts, turning Hyrule Castle town into a sea of flames. Most people were killed in the initial onslaught, King Rhoam among them.
So he died in the castle. So
It actually says Castle Town, so that's interesting.
He says, to know Calamity Ganon's true form, one must hear the story long ago. The Demon King was born into this kingdom, but its transformation into malice created the horror you see now. Stories are, all right, let me skip past it. The signs and the power and endowment lies. We just, okay, skip all of this. The divine beasts, legends, okay, a sword, all right. All right, so here's where they get the princess, her appointed knight, and the rest of the champions were on the brink of sealing Ganon away. Ganon was cunning and responded with a plan beyond our imagining, right? So this is, he says, he appeared from deep below Hyrule Castle, seized control of the garden, which is kind of funny because King Rhoam told you the sequel to Breath of the Wild in Breath of the Wild. He says he appeared from deep below Hyrule Castle. Now, here
that's also where the pillars were too.
Yes.
That's where the pillars of the Guardians were.
So
that's where they restored.
My question is this: the body of Ganon, and we don't know if this is Ganon Dragmire the first or a descendant of the first Dragmire. We don't know which Ganondorf this is. We'll find out in we may find out in Age of Calamity, but we don't know for sure. So in Zelda 2, The Adventures of Link, Ganon's body is put in the Great Palace. So here's my question: is the new Hyrule Castle the Great Palace in Zelda 2, The Adventures of Link? Or is that the North Palace? Or after destroying destroying the Thunderbird, which sealed Ganon's body or his ashes in the Thunderbird, they took and they beat and Link he defeats Shadow Link. He gets the Triforce from supposedly Mytho. Did they take Ganon's body back to the North Castle and bury his body there, or did they just leave his body in the Great Palace, which is what we now know as Hyrule Kingdom? See, if they leave his body in the Great Palace, there are a couple of things that may be there are a couple of things that may not make any sense, because like the Great Palace technically by the Hyrule 2 map is, if North Hyrule is there.
The thing I feel it is, we're definitely missing a lot of the backstory for this Ganondorf, this Ganondorf. There's a huge amount of things we just don't know. The backstories.
There's a 10,000 year lore spaced, because I keep telling people
he could have been moved at any point.
At any point, and because I tell people that when the game first came out, I said, this is at the end of the timeline. People say you don't know that, Triforce. And I'm like, it kind of says it in the adventure. Number two.
That's just dumb, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of says it. It says 10,000 years like later. And number two, the king confirms it. King Rhoam Baphomet, however you pronounce his name, he says he's the last king of Hyrule. So this is definitely in the future. He's the last king.
Mm-hmm.
So, prior to him, Zelda 2, the dead king of Hyrule, he was buried in the graveyard by Mido's town in Zelda 2. So, when you get past the cartoons and the CDIs and whatnot, there's a 10,000 year time skip. So much could have been.
I mean, there could have been another Zelda game right at that 10,000 year mark, after Zelda 2.
They could keep prequeling. They could keep prequeling. They could keep prequeling until the end of Nintendo's company.
Yeah.
If they so well, because they threw themselves so far into the future, they could say, okay, you know something. Instead of arguing this whole timeline stuff, leave people.
Let's start anew.
Let's start anew. That's why I say that's why I call it. It's the Legend Reborn. So Zelda 1
is
Zelda.
The start of a new era.
Yes, it's a new era, a new legend. That's why I said the legend ended at Zelda 1. Why? Because when you play Zelda 2, it's not called The Legend of Zelda. It's called Zelda 2, The Adventures of Link. The legend ended. When Link destroyed Ganon's body in Zelda 1, the legend is over. From there, it's just Link's Adventures. And if it's going to be Link's Adventures, it kind of makes sense because when Link's Adventures came out, the cartoon came out. And what was a cartoon about? Link's Adventures. All 12 or 13 episodes were all adventures based on Link. Living in Hyrule after Ganon was defeated, and Ganon doesn't even have a body. Ganon is in spiritual form, and it even tells you that in the cartoon. So people go, no, the cartoon's not canon. Well, look. Even if you want to say the cartoon's not canon, the cartoon, two things. The cartoon, one, lines up with the game. Two, when the cartoon was made at that time, they said this cartoon is based off the game. So it's canon.
Mm-hmm.
So the CDI games, as bad as they were just extensions of the adventures of Link. One of the games Link got caught and you had to play as Zelda. No, two of the games. Well, Link wasn't in one of the games. One game was based solely on Zelda. Another game was based on Link getting captured and Zelda having to rescue him. And then the other game, I think it was Faces of Evil. That game is the one where you play as Link. But those are adventures. After a while, Ganon was in I think Zelda. It's called The Adventures of Zelda, the last CDI game. That's the motion picture one, the most terrible of them all. Well, no, it wasn't that bad, to be honest with you.
It's bad.
You know something? You guys need to you really need to lay off the CDI games. You guys got.
Well, no. Literally, there's an enemy where you have to spam the freaking sword button for 20 minutes to kill it.
Yeah, I know.
While it's just standing there. Come on, that's bad. That's bad.
Oh man, damn. Hold up for a second. Like the X-Men movies. Life was taken. Okay. Oh, good. So I'm up to date. Life was taken. Equal died. No, he died. But we'll get back to that.
Also, we can't forget about how the Yiga clan tried to. They did help in the revival of Ganon.
Yes.
That's definitely going to be part of the backstory, I feel.
All right. Hold on. This guy says.
Sorry.
He says, I don't think Zelda 2 should be a source of info considering Breath of the Wild takes place more than 10,000 years than previous games. No, Raven. Breath of the Wild is after every Zelda game that has ever been made. It is after, not before. It is after. That's why it references all the old Zelda games. It's after. It's way into the future. In my timeline, Breath of the Wild makes sense being at the absolute end because it's after everything. In other timelines, it's hard to place Breath of the Wild. You have to pick one of 3 timelines in which you put Breath of the Wild in, which is stupid.
I think he was just saying that it's just such a long time gap that it's irrelevant, I guess, in his mind to say Zelda 2 is any sorts of info.
No, the reason why Zelda 2 is Zelda 2 plays a very, very prominent story in it, especially now when we know Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out and Ganon's body. Because in my timeline, theoretical timeline, that does not mean it's
There's
canon.
no real timeline, you know that.
Yeah, no, but yeah, because Miyamoto in 1996 said so. There is no timeline. The Nintendo fans forced Nintendo's hand, and they didn't force. They influenced.
The only timeline we have is the trilogy of Breath of the Wild games and Zelda 1 to Zelda 2 and the Wind Waker games.
Zelda 1 to Zelda 2, Skyward Sword to Ocarina of Time to Majora's Mask to Wind Waker. That's it. Those connect, and Zelda 1
then Wind Waker to Phantom Hourglass to Spirit Tracks.
Yeah, to Spirit Tracks. And it's kind of funny. The alternate timeline that I have all connects.
Mm-hmm.
All of those connects. Except someone would say, well, what about Minish Cap? I believe Minish Cap is in the alternate timeline, but that's me. But like, they all connect, but you have to put them together. In my timeline, it's a streamlined timeline with a convergence, which makes everything make sense. In Zelda 2 is the final. That's the final. The legend is over. The legend is reborn 10,000 years later. Let me see what he says. Whoops, that's not what I meant. It's at the end, of course. Oh, okay. So he meant at the end. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. But when you die in Zelda 2, the game over screen says Return of Ganon, which suggests that Ganon has multiple manifestations. No. A lot of people misread that.
Nope.
A lot of people misread that. If you play the Zelda 2 game, the purpose is the elf at the end of the game is trying to get Link killed to get his blood to bring Ganon back to life. Ganon was still in spiritual form. They were trying to get Ganon's body back. Now, here is Triforce. Here is Triforce's, and I need someone to record this for me. Jarian, I don't know. Red, if you can, I'll record this shit. No, I need someone to.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just record this, right? I just want to record this part. Just so I can have it, right? And I'll rename the file. Here's what Triforce's head canon is. This is my head canon. In Zelda 2, when you beat Ganon, who's in the Thunderbird, he had to be cocooned in a sarcophagus that allowed Ganon to fight you. So Ganon's spirit is in there with his ashes. Link destroys it. The purpose was to get Link's blood and sprinkle Link's blood on Ganon's ashes so Ganon could get his body back. What's to say that Link's blood did not spin on Ganon's body? Nah, because the Thunderbird was totally destroyed. Like, it literally, it was destroyed. But Ganon has been trying to get his body back in the Adventures of Link, right? The evil jar would bring Ganon back multiple times. That's why Ganon can't die, right? The evil jar definitely existed in game format for those who are wondering, because if you play the CDI games, you will notice that Ganon gets sealed in the, I forgot what was the name of the book in the game that Link seals him with the book. There's a book that Link gets, and he throws the book, and it chains Ganon, and it seals him. Ganon breaks out of it as usual, or whatever the case may be. Then there's another game, Zelda beats him. I forgot how they seal the Wand of Gamelon. They seal him in the wand. Ganon breaks out again, and then you play them in the Adventures of Zelda, right? Or Zelda's Adventures. That's what it's actually called. And I think Zelda seals Ganon again. That's the ending when you have to sit there and beat him for like 20 minutes before you beat him. But what's to not say that Ganon came back? Link's blood, they were able to get Link's blood on Ganon's ashes, and Ganon's old body returned. But Ganon's old body was too weak to really do anything, because here's something that the king says that I'm like, yo, this is crazy. When the king explains the Calamity, Age of Calamity, the king tells you that there was an ancient legend 10,000 years before the Age of Calamity where the Guardians were there and they fought and they beat Ganon. So there's another prequel before Age of Calamity, unless I'm mistaken.
So Breath of the Wild is a quadrilogy.
Well, you know something? Let me see something. Let me go back here. I was King Rama. Okay, King Hyrule. Yeah,
also, just something that, like, I know it's not in lore,
yeah.
but something to keep in mind. I definitely don't think Nintendo would be like, oh yeah, remember this obscure thing from Zelda 2? Okay, let's bring it in.
No.
No.
I don't know. And here's where I'm not puffing up my chest, but I'm gonna pat my
I don't know. That's a really deep cut.
I'm gonna tell you why.
I think they're just gonna make up their own reason why there's a Ganondorf there.
I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Prior to 2012, prior to Hyrule Historia, every Zelda game at the time still was coming out as a standalone Zelda game. In 2011, when I met Anuma, I talked to Anuma in detail about the fragmentation of the timeline and that there's a way to merge the timeline as one and maintain the continuity of Zelda. After that interview I did with him, the following year, Hyrule Warriors came out, which was a time paradox game. Keep in mind, Anuma said, that's a good idea. I may use that. That's what he said. We got it on tape. That's what he said in the interview. I may use that. I told him about creating one timeline that would preserve the continuity of the entire Zelda timeline. He said, I like the idea. It's a good idea. I may use it. After that, Hyrule Warriors came out, which was a time paradox game. After that,
Which is canon, by the way.
Huh?
Which is a 110% canon.
Yes. Oh, the game, of course, is 100% 10%.
Yeah, a lot of people think it's some spin-off or whatever.
They're idiots. They're idiots. That's why I said they don't have timelines. They have reality lines. They don't have timelines. In my timeline, Hyrule Warriors exists. Hyrule Warriors, in fact, it's kind of funny. Hyrule Warriors plays one of the most significant roles in my timeline, which I just find it funny that they're using another Hyrule Warriors game in the feed. But anyway, but moving forward now, right? So after I spoke to Anuma about that, I noticed all of these time games coming out. Then after that, Link Between Ages came out. Triforce Heroes I think Triforce Heroes had already came out before that, or I'm not too sure.
No, it was Link Between Worlds and then Triforce Heroes.
Triforce Heroes, right? Okay, cool. And then you had the Hyrule Historia book come out, right? And the Hyrule Historia book was not done by
Hyrule Historia came out right after Skyward Sword. Not after Triforce Heroes.
What year was that?
2012 in Japan and 2013 in North America.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because I'm like, wait a minute, how's that possible? Because I'm like,
Triforce Heroes was 2015.
Yeah, I thought that Hyrule War I thought that what's the name of this game?
Warriors?
No, not Warriors. What's the name of it? Wait, did you say Warriors or did you say Skyward Sword?
Well, it was before. It was right after Skyward Sword, which was 2011.
When did the book come out?
Okay, the book came out in 2012 in Japan, in 2013 in North America.
Okay, good. Because I know I spoke to Anuma I spoke to Anuma in 2011. That's for sure. Because when I spoke to Anuma in 2011, I uploaded the video and then that's when I created the thing. The Legend of Zelda: The Order of Time, which was my version of the timeline, and I put the whole timeline. That's when I went to go explain to Anuma like the timeline fits. Then Skyward Sword came out. Then after Skyward Sword came out, what's the name of this thing here? Hyrule Historia, and then Hyrule Warriors. Then what's the name of this thing here? A Link Between Worlds and whatever. But the point is that after I spoke to Anuma said he took into consideration the suggestion I gave him. And I have to say it like that because I don't want people sitting there, oh, look at Triforce trying to grandstand like it's he's the one who made the games. No, I didn't make the game. I'm just trying to take the credit that I gave the suggestion to Anuma, and he may be using them. And then when you look at the games after I spoke to him, because I'm putting the chronological order, after I spoke to him, you notice all of a sudden an official timeline appeared by Nintendo. Well, it wasn't by Nintendo. It was commissioned by Nintendo. Approved by Nintendo. Commissioned by... Who did it? Was it Dark Horse?
They published it.
Who published it?
Dark Horse.
Oh, so Nintendo commissioned it. Dark Horse published it. So, yes. All right, so after I spoke to Anuma,
No. Well, technically, Nintendo made the book, and
Dark
Dark
Horse
Horse was
published
the ones who just released it in North America. In Japan, it's not under Dark Horse.
it's just Nintendo. Okay, so Nintendo, that's what I'm saying. Nintendo commissioned the book. Nintendo made the book.
Yeah,
Okay, so Nintendo.
they wrote the book, which means they also wrote the timeline, which I don't know if that holds up anymore.
So now, and this is what I'm trying to say to you. You don't think it's a little, I'm not saying it's 100%, but come on, give me 50-50, man. Give me a 50-50.
Oh, you definitely laid the seed. You definitely laid the seed.
Can't sit here, not you, but I'm like, people can't sit here and not give me a 50-50 because I had some type of influence on EG. Anuma had, there had
just
to be...
Just a second. Raven, Nintendo does, it hasn't gave a yes or a no yet. It's just out in the open, just like unconfirmed from Nintendo themselves if Hyrule Warriors is canon.
Because Hyrule Warriors came out after Hyrule Historia, and Nintendo Nintendo got mixed reviews on Hyrule. Once Hyrule Historia was made, so many other people made their own versions of their timeline.
Link is Dead timeline, that whole thing is stupid.
That is the dumbest thing ever. I'm like,
Link never dies, okay?
If Link dies, it's over. Ganon wins.
Which the book says he does, because the book says that he gets the entire Triforce.
Then
because Link died, but that's the game over. That's the end game. Like, what do you do?
Exactly. What do you do then? Ganon has a Triforce. He controls all of time in the cosmos. That's why I was like, this is stupid. Like, if you look at, it's like Marvel's Avengers Endgame. Once Thanos snapped, it was over. Now you may find a paradox universe timeline where you can fight, and that's the best I can give Hyrule Historia. The timeline where Link dies, that's the paradox timeline. But even if we go by that, guess what? Hyrule Warriors cleans that up. The age.
Sorry to interrupt you, but Raven. Actually, yeah, they did update their website, and there was a Zelda encyclopedia, which is basically a sequel to Hyrule Historia.
Yes.
And Hyrule Warriors was not in there, so actually Nintendo doesn't have a stand on it, other than they don't know where to put it in the timeline.
Well, I know where to put it in the timeline.
Also, if you noticed in the actual timeline, in the Hyrule Historia, the encyclopedia, it says this is just what Nintendo might think, and the story can be whatever the hell the fans want, pretty much.
And that's smart of Nintendo to do that. Like I said, in 1996, Miyamoto says, I don't want to make it a timeline. There's no timeline. The game should be standalone adventures. If you want to make it a timeline, that's great. Let the players create their own adventure and lore. Miyamoto said that in 1996. So there was never a timeline. There isn't one. This timeline is here just to appease the fans. But it is quasi official. If you want it to be official, fine. If you don't want it to be official, fine. If you have a better version of the timeline, fine. If you think the whole timeline thing is stupid, fine. No matter either way, it's fine. Nintendo has no hard stance on it. But the Warriors titles allow for backstory and revisiting events within the flagship title, hence Age of Calamity. I know, Angel, which is first of all, this is the funny part. Hyrule Warriors as a game literally forces Nintendo to admit that there's a timeline, because you open up time portals in the game. So it's like, it's kind of stupid. It's like, to sit there and say there's no timeline. They're like, yeah, but then Fi, the Master Sword, literally tells Link, you're a master, but not the master. Interesting. That's an interesting concept for Fi to say that. Why would Fi say that? That means Fi knows the original master. First of all, Fi is the key of time. Fi travels through time, which means Fi has been in the hands of every Triforce of Courage master there ever was. Ever. She knows all of them. She's been in every one of their hands. Hyrule Warriors portrayed how time works better than the official timeline. Sadly.
No, that actually is true.
Sadly. And if you follow the Hyrule Warriors, really? This guy's really going to be doing this outside? All right, so if you follow the Hyrule Warriors timeline, right? Well, if you follow the Hyrule Warriors time theme or time theory, they follow the time stream, which is found in the Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver, which is also backed up by Rick and Morty about the infinite times, but the divergence and the convergence. It's why I use that. I use those three things in the game in my video to explain how the time works. So if you follow that, then you'll find out that there has to be a divergence and there has to be a convergence. Even in Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, there's a divergence and a convergence in the actual game. The only difference is you use the Triforce. The Triforce is being used to create the divergence and the convergence. That's the only difference. In the other, in Ocarina of Time, it was the Master Sword and the Ocarina of Time that did it, which is you have to have a MacGuffin at universal power level to be able to obscure time. Remember when Kain says in Legacy of Kain, Raziel, you and I are but pebbles in the stream of time. The current is too strong. We are not strong enough to derail time. That doesn't mean time cannot be derailed. It's just that they aren't strong enough to derail time. But there are powers strong enough to derail time. Stuff like the Infinity Gauntlet, stuff like the Triforce, things, Rick and Morty's intelligence, shit like that can derail time. But like the Ocarina and the Master Sword cannot derail time. Those are things that they can use to travel in time. Morbius in Legacy of Kain, he's a time streamer. What he does, he knows how to manipulate the time stream.
Yo, does he stream on Twitch?
Not that time streamer. But he knows how to manipulate the time. But let me get back to a point. Why isn't Ocarina of Time Link in Hyrule Warriors? Ocarina of Time. Oh well, I explained that to a lot of people. Wait, is Young Link isn't in Hyrule Warriors? I've never seen him.
I'm pretty sure he is. He might be just like an extra character or like a DLC. I think he might be a DLC character from the original Wii U version. I thought he was a DLC character.
Was he?
Oh, he's not in the story. Yeah. No, Raven says he's not in the story.
So
it's just non-canon, whatever.
Yeah, it's
just as non-canon as all the amiibo functionality in Breath of the Wild.
Well, hold on. Time out. Only a playable character. Okay, so wait, we have to be careful here because Linkle is canon.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that.
She is.
Oh no, I hate that so much.
I'm gonna tell you why she is. When you play her story in
she's in the story.
Yes,
so yeah.
They gave her a story and they canonized her character. They canonized her character as not a misunderstanding, a confusion. People confused her for Link. But she's a girl, blonde hair, in green clothing, whatever the case may be. She uses crossbows. And there was a rumor that they thought they saw the hero of legend and they thought she was Link. Her name is Linkle. So they canonized her as
so stupid.
Yeah,
that's so stupid.
You guys never played Linkle in Hyrule Warriors?
No, I have. I just getting reminded, just remembering all this. Oh my gosh, that's so corny.
They canonized her, but they canonized her as Linkle. People thought that was Link. Yes, Raven, if you've never played Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, we're gonna play it. Just to let you guys know, we're gonna play it because I have it here. I don't know if you guys can see it on. How is Linkle stupid?
No, it's the name.
Yeah, it's the name.
It's like, oh my gosh, it's Link. No, it's Linkle. Well,
yep. See, guys, Linkle's right there, right behind Link. As she uses crossbows, and Linkle. The reason why they gave her crossbows is as a homage to Link's crossbow training. Which if they wanted, they could run off a side story to her. That's where Linkle as a child met Link. shooting crossbows at the ranch, and she wanted to grow up to be like the great legendary warrior. He didn't have a sword at the time; he had the crossbow, so she took up the crossbow, etc., and whatever. And that's how people confused her for actual Link, but it's not. Her name is Linkle. I have but God, I hate it. Yeah, I know. Yes, but I'm glad they did that. I rather they do that and just come up with a story in that regard and just be like, yeah, it was just a mistake or whatever the case may be, a confusion or whatever. Ribena juice, please, honey. Huh? No, I just want to drink it. Hey, how you pronounce your name? What's going on? But yeah, so going back to the thing here. So with the thing, so whatever seed I planted in Anuma, clearly he did.
His head, you mean?
Whoa! Pause.
Wording.
Pause.
Wording is
Mash
important.
the pause button. Holy smokes! Okay, whatever influence I put in Anuma's brain. Yes, let's use that terminology. Right? Whatever influence I put in Anuma's brain, right? To push this whole time thing is literally working. Whether they're I cannot say for sure they're following my timeline, but I will tell you this much. Every time they put out the game, it just so happens to sync up. That's all I have to say about that. It's just syncing up. The games sync up. What I like about Breath of the Wild is that rather than sitting down and arguing about this timeline thing, they go, okay, look.
They simplify it.
This is what we're gonna do. Since Hyrule Story is out and has all these games, let's jump way into the future and just focus on we need to give ourselves editing space, pre-retcon space. It's like they invested in retcon space if they need to change anything as they move forward with newer versions of the game. So they're like 10,000 year time skip the entire timeline. So it doesn't matter whether you're using their timeline, your timeline, or you don't care about a timeline. There's a 10,000 year time skip after your timeline or their timeline. So they're starting fresh.
Which actually I would like to bring up. Because like Breath of the Wild is like a whole. Yes, it's in the same series, but like it's like its own beast, pretty much.
Yes, like I call
it.
And
therefore, I don't think Zelda 2 is going to be like a part of why Ganon is where he is in the sequel to Breath of the Wild.
Yes, I think they're gonna. It would be great. In my opinion, I hope Nintendo cuts it off. For my timeline purpose, they just cut it off at the CDI games, and then there's a 10,000.
And just make it obvious where the games lie. Going forward, it's a new. The legend is reborn. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're making it super easy to know where the games fit. This fits right before Breath of the Wild. This is after. This is after that, probably. I don't know.
So any new games coming out for Zelda now are all based in the age of Breath of the Wild, moving forward, not in the ancient age. Because if you look at the game speaks about the ancient age, right? So like, here's what the king says. To know Calamity Ganon's true form, one must know the story from an age-long past. So he's not talking about the age of Calamity. He's talking about an age before the age of Calamity, right? So he goes on to say, the demon king was born into darkness, born into this kingdom, but his transformation into malice created the horror you see now, right? Stories of Ganon's were passed from generation to generation in the form of legends and fairy tales. When the king states that, they're talking about the old Zelda games, Hyrule Warriors, Hyrule, Link's Awakening, Link to the Past, A Link Between Worlds, Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess. They're talking about, those are the legends and the fairy tales. And you know, it's smart that Nintendo called them legends and fairy tales. Legends and fairy tales become myths and lost to the stream of time, meaning you don't know when it took place or if it took place. So Nintendo is, in a sense, by the king saying this, they're decanonizing the other Zeldas. They're decanonizing the timeline.
Well, they're not decanonizing it. It's more just moving way super far away from it.
All right, you're right. Let's not say decanonize it. They're mystifying the timeline so that they don't have to answer to one. Smart.
They're just never going back.
Yes, this is smart.
They're leaving it exactly where it is, so they don't contradict themselves in the future, because they've already written themselves into a hole. Like, well, where do we go now?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Reboot. Right. So they go. So Ganon goes. No. The king says, but there was also a prophecy. Right. The signs of a resurrection of Calamity Ganon are clear, and the power to oppose it lies dormant beneath the ground. We decided to heed the prophecy. So now, right, this is shortly before the Age of Calamity, where this is the legend they heard of. So King Rhoam this is the legend he heard of, right, from his bloodline of different kings. And he's like, we decided to heed the prophecy and began excavating large areas of land, right? It wasn't long before we discovered several ancient relics made by the hands of our distant ancestors. This is the 10,000 years. So there is a prequel to the Age of Calamity. A prequel to the Age of Calamity, but a sequel to the what did they call it here? Wait, hold on. What did he call it? We're gonna give a name for it. We're gonna give a name for it.
I think it might already have a name.
Age Long Past. That's what we're gonna call it. We're gonna call it. So the right King Baphomet knows about. King Baphomet heard about the prophecy of these ancient creatures made from an age long past, from their distant ancestors from an age long past, right? So he goes on, the relics, the divine beasts, were giant machines piloted by warriors. We also found guardians, an army of mechanical soldiers who fought autonomously, right?
Sorry to cut in, but there's actually is a name for that era, according to the lore book. It's called the Era of Prosperity.
But see, here's this. In the Era of Prosperity is this. The Era of Prosperity is the sequel to the old timeline.
That's like right after Zelda 2 CDI.
That's what I'm saying. Zelda 2 CDI is the age long lost.
The Era of Myth.
The Era of Myth. Thank you. We'll call it that. That's a better way. The Era of Myth.
Yeah, that's what it's called. That's what that one's called.
All right, the Era of Myth, right? So in the Era of Myth, you have the unknown timelines. Nintendo's timeline, your timeline, or Triforce's timeline, whichever one you pick, right? That's the Era of Myth. After the Era of Myth, and it would make sense that's the Age of Prosperity. I keep telling people, even in my timeline, even in my version of the timeline, when you watch the when you play the CDI games, when you watch the cartoons, guess what? Was not Ganon subdued? Was not the lands of Hyrule flourishing? Even in the faces of evil and the wand of Gamelon, wasn't Hyrule lush with towns and people talking and stuff like that?
Well, you don't actually go to Hyrule in at least 2 of the 3 games. I don't know about the Zelda's Adventure or whatever.
Faces of Evil, Link leaves and goes to a different land. Wand of Gamelon, I think Wand of Gamelon is in a different land. I know Zelda Adventures is in Hyrule.
Is it? That's one I haven't played.
Oh, that's the motion picture game.
Yeah. Is that in Hyrule?
That's in my storage. I played that game on Jaxel's stream, and I have it in somewhere in one of my streams locked up somewhere. I gotta go pick it up. But someone can you know what we'll do? We'll go look up the intro of the game, because the intro of the game explains to you. But if I recall, Zelda is in Hyrule. Number 2. In Wand of Gamelon and Faces of Evil, you are in Hyrule. It's just you're in Hyrule Castle with the king, and in Faces of Evil, Link is told to go somewhere, and he flies off on a magic carpet with some guy with a turban on his head. So he leaves Hyrule and goes somewhere.
We are off.
What?
Squalala, we are off.
Oh God!
That's what
Why'd
the
you
guy
do that?
says.
Why would you do that? Why would you hurt us? Ah, Jesus, that was terrible. All right. Island of Korodai. Yes, the era of myth you're talking about. Yes, Island of Korodai. They went to the island of Korodai, right? So there are lands outside of Hyrule and whatever. But the point is, Link left from Hyrule, and Hyrule Kingdom didn't have any problems. The land of Korodai had problems. I forgot the Wand of Gamelon. I don't know if Wand of Gamelon takes place in Hyrule. I forgot if it took place in Hyrule. Can someone check that for me?
I'll do a quick Google search.
So the point I'm trying to make is this. If you look at Zelda the cartoon and you look at the CDI games, Hyrule was a prosperous age. Ganon was at his weakest. He caused some trouble here and there, but not like the trouble during the age of myth, right? And damn sure not like the trouble in the age of Calamity or Breath of the Wild. Ganon was marginalized. He was very weak because he had no body. So that, to me, that would be where the legend is over, right? And then you start off on what's the name of this? This is where you're going into the 10,000 years now. The 10,000 years at the age of prosperity. So not 10,000 years. That's the age of prosperity. So there's definitely no Ganon. So something had to happen after the CDI games where they buried Ganon's body under. They buried Ganon's body under. No, because you know something. Hold on, time out. After the CDI games, Ganon, something happened. These machines were made shortly after the CDI game because they were made to get ready to fight Ganon. He says, we also found the Guardians and the army and mechanical soldiers who fought them autonomously, right? This coincide with the ancient legends oft repeated throughout our lands. See? So this happened already before the age of prosperity. He says, we also learned of a princess with a sacred power and an appointed knight chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. It was they who sealed Ganon away using the power of these ancient relics. So right after the CDI, they sealed Ganon away. Ganon got his body back after the CDI games. He had to have gotten his body back because they sealed him, right? 100 years ago. So now that was 10,000 years ago in the age of prosperity. That's the story that happened. So back 10,000 years ago, after a sequel after the CDI games, but a prequel to the Age of Calamity, that legend happened where they excavated and they found the Sheikahs, the Guardians and the Beasts and whatever, right? That's what happened. So now we're talking about the 100 years ago. This is the Age of Calamity. There was a princess set to inherit the sacred power and a skilled knight inside. This is where all the guys came. Wait, oops, let me read it. It was clear we must follow our ancestors' path. We selected 4 skilled individuals from across Hyrule and tasked them with the duty of piloting the divine beasts. Right? With the princess as their commander, we dubbed them pilot champions, right? A name would be solidified under a name that would solidify their unique bond. The princess, her appointed knight, and the rest of the champions were on the brink of sealing Ganon away. So that means Ganon was released again. So in the Age of Prosperity, when they sealed Ganon, Ganon got released again. So they wanted to reseal Ganon. But see, here's the thing. Where is the origin of Ganon constantly coming from? And it's under Hyrule. Who put Ganon's body there? Who reconstructed Ganon's body? Or did Ganon's body reconstruct on its own? These are the mysteries. He says, they were on the brink, right? But nay, Ganon was cunning, and he responded with a plan beyond our imagination, right? He appeared from deep below Hyrule Castle, seized control of the Guardians and the Divine Beasts. So it's kind of funny. you go deep along Hyrule Castle and you find Blight Ganon, and then you fight the Malice Ganon out in the fields of Hyrule. But in reality, deeper under Hyrule is Ganon's body. So let's see here. He appeared deep under divinity and turned them against us. Alright, see? The champions lost their lives. Those are residing in the castle as well. He never said he lost his life there. The king does not say that. Zelda says the king dies in the castle. All the king says is during the Age of Calamity, his life was lost. But he doesn't state where he died and how. He states where the champions die. Those residing in the castle walls as well. The appointed knight, gravely wounded, collapsed while defending the princess. Right? And thus the kingdom of Hyrule was devastated absolutely by Calamity Ganon. Right? However, the princess survived to face Ganon alone. Link, you are our final hope. The fate of Hyrule rests with you. That princess is my own daughter, Zelda. And that courageous knight to protect her up to the very end is you, Link. You fought valiantly when your fate took an unfortunate turn. Here's another question, a mysterious question that I have to ask you now, Red, and I don't know if you can hear me. How does the King of Hyrule know all of this if he died in the walls of Castle Hyrule?
Yo, I'm here. Sorry, what was that?
The story that the king is telling Link. How does he know this story if he died in Castle Hyrule with the champions?
I mean, he could float around as a ghost watching stuff happen.
That's true. That's what
I've always thought. That's
true. That's true. Well, in the commercial, it's Twilight.
Because we do see the king go from the Great Plateau all the way to the end of the game where he's on top of Hyrule Castle as a ghost.
All right. So he says, you fought valiantly when your fate took an unfortunate turn, and then you were taken to the shrine of resurrection. Here you now stand revitalized 100 years later. Right? The words of guidance you have been hearing since your awakening from is from Princess Zelda herself. Even now, as she works to restrain Ganon from Hyrule Castle, she calls out for your help. However, my daughter's power will soon be exhausted. Once that happens, Ganon will freely regenerate himself, and nothing will stop. Oh, okay, that answers it. That answers it. Ganon regenerates. Ganon regenerates. The king answers it. He answers it himself.
That's what Zelda says, like, during the final battle. With the big pig Ganon or whatever. Zelda says it.
He regenerates. So so even though you destroyed Ganon's body in Zelda 1, he can regenerate.
It just takes him time, which is why he took 10,000 years.
Solved that. We solved that. We solved, and the king knew the whole time. The king's life is a... Hold on, sorry. And nothing will stop him from consuming our lands. Consider that I could not save my own kingdom. I have no right to ask you this, Link, but I am powerless here. You must save my daughter. And do whatever it takes to annihilate Ganon. Somehow Ganon maintain control over all 4 divine beasts, right? As well as those guardians swarming around Hyrule Castle. I believe it would be quite reckless for you to head directly to the castle at this point, right? I suggest that you make your way east to the village and you tell them to go to Impa, right? Consult the map on your Sheikah slate, etc., etc. And divine beat, follow the password. He says, go on. Here is the paraglider, just as I promised. So the Ghost King is giving you his paraglider. That's crazy. The king is godlike.
I mean, he is the king after all. He has to know a lot of things.
No, but I'm like, he's ghost form. Deal. So see, this is what comes up. So the question is, the king died. It's still a mystery. It's still a mystery where he died, right?
I mean,
okay.
the book says he died in Hyrule Castle.
He died in Hyrule Castle, and Zelda says he dies in Hyrule Castle. He doesn't state he didn't die in Hyrule Castle. He just doesn't state he died in there either. So if the book and Zelda say it, we'll just go with he died in Hyrule Castle. But it is very plausible to believe that he somehow, well, no, not that he somehow, he literally took form, right? He may not even taken form as a king. Nah, I think he would have taken form as a king. I think he took form as a king, and to the soldiers who did not know he died in the castle, he led his soldiers to the Great Plateau and decided the Great Plateau would be the last stand, the Helm's Deep.
Well, actually, Akala Citadel is the last stand for the Kingdom of Hyrule.
That doesn't make any sense, though.
Well, okay, first of all, the NPCs around the area,
yeah,
they specifically say that's the Hyrule's last stand, and the lore book also says that it's the last stand
now,
of Hyrule.
Triforce is going to say something that's going to be like more contradiction. That is absolutely incorrect. Even though the game and the book says so, the environmental storytelling states otherwise.
Why is that?
All right, because one, the king is at Hyrule Plateau. He's not at Akala.
But we already know that he can go wherever the hell he wants.
So
he can go from Hyrule Castle to the Great Plateau.
All right, we're confusing two things. Right? The king did not go to Akala.
No.
No. Okay, good. We want to make sure he didn't, because I'm like.
No. What I'm saying, like, as like his ghost form, we can tell he can just appear wherever he wants. Yes. He just happened to not go to Akala.
Yes. No. Well, that's why I'm trying to. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. So I thought what I thought you said was the king made his last stand at Akala. And
no. The Kingdom of Hyrule itself.
Oh, the Kingdom of
the last stand.
See, and now here's this. That's a perception thing. And the reason why I'm going to tell you it's a perception thing, here's why. Hyrule's last stand could not have been at Akala because Link's body. All right. This is the only thing I can think of then, right? If the Age of Calamity, in the Age of Calamity, the last stand was Akala, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then this is what happened, right? Which one you think happened first? Hateno Fort's battle or Akala? Or do you think they could have happened simultaneously?
Well, in the lore book,
yeah.
They have every single battle that's ever taken place.
Yes.
In order.
Okay.
And literally, the one in Fort Hateno, is literally 1 page away from Akala Citadel.
Makes
so
sense.
They're very close together.
All right. So
but it takes place afterwards.
I wanted to confirm that. So okay. So the reason why I wanted to confirm that is because I was like, the only way this could work is if Fort Hateno happened simultaneously or right before Akala. It has to be that way. There's no other way it could have happened. So the book is saying that, so then that makes sense. Because then this is what would happen now, right? Link was sent east to stop the forces of Ganon. Huh?
Southeast. But yes. Sorry.
From the castle? No. From the castle... Southeast. Yes, you're right. Some of the soldiers, I don't know who commanded the soldiers if the king died inside the castle.
Well, we don't know how their army is organized. They could have generals or whatever.
That would be godlike
assuming
if they added new generals and stuff like that in the game.
Generals, legatus, whatever the hell.
Yeah, that would be So Zelda and Link ran from Kingdom Hyrule. The king gave the order before his life was taken for Link to protect. Hyrule Castle was gone, unless because that Fort Hateno happened before Akala. So Link was trying to take Zelda to Hateno Village, where they could live, right, or get away. But Fort Hateno was being attacked. Link and Zelda then had to go fight those guys at Fort Hateno. Link was gravely wounded. Zelda stopped them. The War of Hateno was won by Zelda, right, on some Dragon Ball Z nonsense. You saw the Nova bomb that went off. She hit them with the final atonement, right? Then they said we have to take. She calls us the Sheiks, right? The Sheikas take Link's body from Fort Hateno. They had to take Link's body to Impa. Because they said Impa. They either took Link's body to Pura. No, they took Link's body to Pura because they were already on their way to Hateno, right? They took Link's body to Pura. Pura found a way to contact Robbie and Impa. Somehow those guys came together, or they were in the vicinity. So they went somewhere. They could have only gone two places. They could have only gone. I can only see them taking them to Hateno village. It doesn't make sense them going all the way up to Impa. That wouldn't make any sense because Pura said she had his body. She in the game.
Maybe at the time they were together. They
That's
were working
true.
hand in hand.
Yeah, they probably were on the field. It was a battle. It was a war. That doesn't mean they have to be in the town. They could have been in the surrounding area. The body got to Impa, Robbie, and Pura, right? And they said we have to take Link's body to the restoration chamber, right? With Hateno, Link defended Hateno, right? So Hateno is okay, but we got to bring Link's body to the Great Plateau. While they're taking Link's body to the Great Plateau, Fort Akala is under attack. So that was the last battle. But here's my question now, and I need you to look into the book.
Yep.
When does the battle for the Great Plateau take place? Or is it even in the book?
Let's see.
Because if the Battle of the Great Plateau is not in the book, then the true last battle is the Great Plateau. And I'll explain why. But I want you to confirm if it's in the book first.
Okay. Princess Zelda's journey. So after the battle with in Fort Hateno, Zelda goes to Korok Forest to put the Master Sword away.
So Zelda put the Master Sword away. Shit.
Yeah, remember the cutscene?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Also, the reason why I know this is not what you were asking, but I just read this just now. The reason why Link and Zelda even went to Fort Hateno, they were actually retreating to Kakariko Village. They were trying to find shelter, I guess, because the castle was destroyed.
But see, that's what I'm trying to say. So on their way to Kakariko Village, did Link see all of those guardians and the outpost is being destroyed and joined into the battle?
Well, it actually shows the route, the exact route with the line with the path they took, and they went past the dueling peaks, or in between the dueling peaks, and it shows that they right after the dueling peaks in that big area where the cutscene takes place.
Yeah.
That's where they couldn't make it to Kakariko. They couldn't go north because there's just so many guardians there.
But there were so many guardians at Hateno Fort.
That's what I'm saying. The Hateno Fort, the entire Hateno Fort area.
Yes.
It's a big circle, right? The entire front of the gate. If you look at it on a map.
Yes, I look
a big circle.
I know it's a big circle, but in the field on the let me go back into the game for a second, right?
Impa had ordered a large-scale search for Zelda. Stealing her power. Entrusted to the Sheikah. Gave them the Sheikah slate. So all it says in the lore book is that Zelda gave Link to the Sheikah. So it could have been anyone.
All right. When you come past Dueling Peaks, right? You have the big twin bridge. Ash Swamp and Bachelor Plains is literally Hateno Fort.
Yeah, like that entire area.
Yes.
As soon like they're going to
they're going to Kakariko Village then, right?
Yeah.
But
They're coming from the west and going east, right at the big twin bridge.
Yes.
That's where they arrive in that area.
They arrive
and then they got overwhelmed by guardians around that area.
So the guardians forced them. So the guardians literally forced them into Ash Swamp, and that's when they found the rest of the guardians there fighting, and they battled here at Fort Hateno. So Link fell here, and so Zelda took his sword and said, "I'm gonna run Kakariko Bridge all the way up into Kakariko Village. I'm gonna go down Sasala Slope." She ran the main this main road to, and then to Rebane Bridge. She goes east from the bridge past Crenel Peak. Then she goes east to Tim's Bridge, stops at Tribbley Plains, goes up. She's at Woodland Stable. She rests there, and then she goes up to the Minich Wood Path into the Lost Woods. She drops off the sword. What she does, she comes back down, runs west to the Ramamu settlements, to Helmhead's Bridge, Hyrule Forest Peak, back down to Boneyard Bridge, into Hyrule Castle, where she goes and she seals Ganon.
Yes, that's actually exactly right.
Wait. I call that. That's what it says in the book.
Yes, check Community Hall. They literally have a graphic.
No, I don't want to see. I want to see if I could get this without even looking at the book. Wait, hold on. That whole thing I just told you was right.
Pretty much.
Holy shit. Okay. Okay.
But also, it also shows the route where the Sheikah, where they
take Link back to they take Link back to the Great Plateau, right? So
but also, here's my thing though. What? If you look at the Great Plateau, in the graphic, how the hell did they climb it? There must have been a door.
All right, hold on. Time out. Let me look down at your thing. All right, let me see something. Okay. Oh no, that's not. All right. Do they have a picture? Oh that's crazy. I cannot believe I call that entire thing. Yo, I called the whole thing. I'm godlike. All right. Anyway, it doesn't focus, Triforce, focus. Well, okay, so it's pretty obvious because I was gonna do the path that they show you that the Sheikahs took Link's body is pretty obvious. You run it back to the big bridge. It's only one path you can take. How did they get on top of the easy? Now this is what I wanted to show you, right? This is what I wanted to show you. This is why, because now I need you to look into that book to answer that question. That question answers everything. The question that I asked you. Look to see if there was any battle at the Great Plateau in the book. Yes, Bowser, I won't forget about the autosave.
Of the shrines found on the Great Plateau, the shrine is unique.
I'm hoping you're going to tell me, no, Triforce, there is no battle.
I'm trying to look. I'm trying.
No, I don't believe there is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't believe there was a battle there. Load.
Oh, Temple of Time. Not even the Grey Wall surrounding the Great Plateau could keep the Guardians from invading Hyrule's sacred land. The roads leading to the Hyrule Castle, or leading to the Temple of Time, have been demolished, but traces of the three buildings that formed in front of the castle can still be seen, and give an idea how immense it was.
Yeah.
And then, the ruins right beside the Temple of Time?
Yeah.
It gives a little snippet of that.
Those were the Guardian. It was posted in the room. You know, like the little secret way Kid Link had to run to get past the guards to get to Zelda. That's the town square. Because we were saying that what was the name of this thing here? The Great Plateau is the original Ocarina of Time um kingdom.
Mm.
Let me see something.
Remains of this.
Book is Masterworks, creating a champion. All right.
That
so
is actually it.
what? I'm correct.
Exactly what he said. That's the Raven. That's exactly the book I'm reading.
Creating. Wait. Book is master. Book is master.
The Japanese name for it is Masterworks, but the American name is Creating a Champion.
Oh, okay.
The Great Plateau. The Great Plateau was home to a number of sites that would hold tradition ceremonies. It was considered sacred, so a site wall was built around it.
This is the old Kingdom of Hyrule.
So apparently they built a wall around it.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it rose from the ground, but that's what I thought. But apparently they built the walls purposely around it. Center is the Temple of Time with a shrine dedicated to the goddess Hylia within. There are also remnants of other temples and an abbey with lodging for monks and pilgrims.
So they're saying that the abbey,
The abbey is the ruins where one of the shrines are.
Yes. Where the monks were. And this is the king's house.
Civilian evacuation in current communities. Oh wow! They show a map of where all the citizens of Hyrule fled during the Calamity. That's kind of cool.
So here's my thing now, right? Eastern Abbey is where monks were. Why were monks here? When during our time, the entire time of the stream, this place, we was looking. Wait, okay, I'm in front of the kingdom right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map.
Right, that place was more than just a settlement. Because
the way they word it in the book, it's just a housing area for the monks.
But what was it before the monks?
Right.
That's the question, and that doesn't have to be answered, because that I'm like, not answering that doesn't mean anything. Now, here's the thing now, right? You said, how did they get into Hyrule? Look at the game. Look at the game for a second on the stream. They came through the front door. There was a door. There's a door. I don't know if you know this, Red Super. But
where's this?
Front. Okay, look. Are you looking at the game?
Yeah. Oh, actually, I'm looking at the same page where it shows that exact image.
This is the doorway. Look.
Yep. There's a thing in the book that I'm reading right now.
What it says?
There's a section called Places of Worship Destroyed by the Calamity. And one of the places is that exact place. It says, this large gate was once connected.
Whoa!
Oh, what's the matter?
Godslayer Scion came back with another $100 donation.
Holy smokes.
Godslayer_Scion has donated $100. How are you today?
We back in Hyrule. That's where we at. How long ago did you get in here, B? We over here going over. We're looking at the Masterworks book, and we're going over literally how.
Do you want a version of the book, Triforce?
You'd have to mail it to me. Do you have it?
I have other ways to do it.
Wait, you could PDF?
Hush. Yes, I can.
Get that to me, man. Get that to me.
Yo, send me that as well, actually.
All right.
Thank you, Scion.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for the donation.
So Scion, here we are.
So
we're going. Let me just give him an update. So Scion, look at this.
Right.
What we're trying to do is, right, when Link fell at Hanato Fort, right? Zelda went to go drop off the Master Sword. We found out in game and in the book, literally the path. So I without without looking at the actual book, I actually traced the actual path of where Zelda went to put the Master Sword and went back to go face Ganon. While the Sheikah people came and took Link to the Great Plateau. And one of the questions was, how did they get Link inside the Great Plateau? So I'm showing Red Super Namek. They came through the front door, but as they came through the front door, those guardians came and they attacked. But see, here's the question now, right? Because your book is saying that the guardians attacked, but when did they attack? Did they come and attack the Great Plateau when the Sheik guys was trying to put Link's body away, or was it before? Because if it was before, here's the problem. If they did that before, then the Sheikah guys, the king, they blocked up the fort. You couldn't enter the fortress anymore. There's no way for you to enter the fortress because they sealed the gate. The only way to get...
I just read something very interesting.
Read it. I'm listening. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Where was it? The Shrine of Resurrection, where the gravely wounded Link rests, is also found in the Great Plateau. In addition to the ruins of the Abbey, the Temple of Time, it is also possible the gate leading to the Great Plateau may have been blocked to hinder any further Guardian incursion. So it was purposely blocked off.
No, we know that. We earlier in the stream and the stream before that, we had already said that they blocked this off to stop any more Guardians from coming in. So now, based on the context of what that's being said, is this, right? The Guardians, it's either two ways. There's only two ways this could have happened. The Great Plateau was already attacked a long time ago, but I'm waiting for you to tell me when. It's either attacked a long time ago.
They have it very vague. I'm trying to they have it scattered around the book. I'm just going place to place to place to place.
See, this is what I'm trying to say, right? The last great battle took place here at the Great Plateau. This is the final battle of of Age of Calamity. Akkala, we lost Akkala and went. All right, so Zelda went back to go take care of Ganon. The last soldiers of Hyrule went to defend. What's the name of this place here? They secured Link. Link used the last of his life and heroically stopped the Guardians. Link and Zelda stopped the Guardians at Fort Hateno. The Hyrule soldiers went to Akkala Citadel. They lost the Citadel. The Sheikah warriors, Impa, Robbie, and Pura, with whoever, they had to be escorted by knights and Sheikah. Why? Because when you go up on the Great Plateau, you see weapons, knight shields, rusted swords, rusted broadswords, rusted claymores. They're up there. So knight soldiers, well, not only that, but if you look at the game, we're out here by the post. There were soldiers down here, so they were escorted. The soldiers. Okay, so I'm gonna act like I'm the what's the name of the thing here? The Sheikah. So this is them. They're running with Link right in hand, and they're going up there. Knights around this area. What area is this called? The Gatepost town. They all stood here, and they were fighting and being pushed back. They were being pushed back like this, right? As they were trying to allow the Sheikah and Link to get in safely. As they got in, these guys went in and they fought at this gateway. This gateway is where they fought and they took their last stand, while soldiers were literally putting mounds of dirt here to just block off the dirt. Seal it off, whatever. As they were doing that, what's the name of this thing here? At least a wave of Guardians had to have gotten in first before they decided to seal it off, and they were sealing it off. So there was a battle upstairs as well. One moment. Load.
Also, in Community Hall, I put the link in there for the book.
Oh, DM it to me. DM it.
I'll also do that then too.
All right. So let me Wait a minute. You guys couldn't see anything I was doing because I had this thing on this stupid thing. Oh my god, I'm so stupid.
I pinned it in our DMs.
All right.
Oh, yeah, download option.
Thank you, Red. So
Yep.
now let's load this. Right. Oh.
It's like 400 pages long, just so you know.
Oh, that's light work. That's light work. That's light reading, B. That's light reading.
All right. All right.
When you
by the
when
way-
you're into something, it's light reading. If you're
That
not
is true.
interested, it's not. It's heavy reading. But this is light reading right here.
What you reading?
By the way, no, I'm just happy. I'm just looking at the download options. So which download option you use to actually get this thing?
You can read it right off the site. Or
Oh,
I don't know if I can be saying this on stream. Yeah.
Just DM him your messages. DM him your messages.
Yeah. Just to be.
Listen, Nintendo. We're in the Corona age, man. It's hard out here, B. It's hard. It's hard. And in any event, right? So the soldiers were defending the fort. They were being pushed back as they're being overrun. A multitude of guardians broke through the ranks and went up into the Great Plateau. As soldiers continued to fight many different enemies out here, because look, this is what I'm talking about. Like the Sheikah were escorted by soldiers. Look, Rusty Halberd, Gatepost Town, right? And there's a set of people you fight here. So there was damn. These guys got overran. Look, Rusted Sword. So there was a big battle out here 100 years ago. These guys was trying to hold it. Oh, treasure chest. And
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens. They got fucked up.
Yeah. So
They
after
got fucked up worse. Oh.
yeah, let's try not to curse as much when I'm doing
Oh, my
these
bad.
stream.
My bad. I don't want to get you demonetized.
No, the channel's demonetized. I don't monetize my channel. I just stream. I don't.
Oh,
Really,
my bad.
my support doesn't come from YouTube. It comes from you guys and guys like Scion, who just dropped $100, which is more money
Yeah,
than I
that's
would
crazy.
actually ever make from YouTube's. Anyway, let me get off YouTube's back right now. Anyway, so these guys got pushed back. These guys made it to the fortress, right? Let me get up on the top here. Whoa. Right? The book shows. Yo, Triforce. Well, what is God like when it comes to Zelda? Tino, what's going on, man? We can't see the gameplay. Yeah, sorry about that. I just redid that for you, right? Link ended up inside while being chased, and they blocked it off once Link was inside the Great Plateau. Yes, correct, Raven. So so here's now. So you watching, Red?
Yep.
So
Yeah, the stream's just a little bit slow on my
Okay.
end.
so when you get when the stream catches up, so here's the entrance. They come up, right? Let me Rivali Gale this, right? They come up, right? And this is the entrance, and they're coming up the entrance. As you can see, there are guardians here, and the guardians are trying to chase. They give chase to these guys. So these guys get Link, and they bring Link up here, and the guardians are coming up. So as the Sheikah guys, they take Link, right? And they're like, yo, we got to put Link in the resurrection chamber. So as they come up this here, the guardians are chasing them. And this is why I said the game files show that the king's grave is at the top of the mountain. Yeah, we went through that, CA. We did that already.
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder, though.
Yes, thanks for the reminder. And that's why I said the king came here. I
It could be a grave, or it could also be a shrine. It can be like they don't have a body, but that's just where they decide to put the grave, kind of thing.
Yeah, they always do that when you put rocks over people. We have a legend here in Jamaica where we have a warrior who's a African ancestor warrior who fought in the slave war here in Jamaica in the 1700s, and this warrior died. And where you going to see the warrior's memorial is not where the warrior was buried. It's a mock grave. The warrior's burial was buried somewhere else. And then
I see.
yeah. So they take Link. This is a roadway. Clearly, look, you see stairs here. So this is not something that was just whatever. And they go up there and they put. What are you doing? Like, are you kidding me? They take Link's body up there and they deal with Link, right? So now these guys come up the hill. They're in Hyrule, ancient Hyrule. They're in ancient Hyruleville. This is like the third time I'm doing this, but I don't know if you were on at first, Scion, CA, or Red. So this is ancient Hyrule Castle, right? I call it ancient Hyrule Castle because if you look at the way this place is, this is Hyrule Town Square. Left of it, northeast of it is the Temple of Time, and direct north of it is Hyrule Castle. Now, the reason why I say it's Hyrule Castle is look at this, right? There's a stair leading here, right? This stairway leads. This is the room, in my opinion, because we archaeologically lined it up with the picture from Ocarina of Time. This is the room where Link meets Zelda for the first time in Ocarina of Time when she's a kid, and this is the window that they're looking at from Ganon. We know that because the way the room is structured is similar, the same, and here is the water moat that surrounds it. Look, it's right here. This is the only room in this entire place that has a place where it looks like there was a place where water moat could have been. There are rooms that's just like this, but they don't have water moats. They don't have it that surrounds it. Over there, none. And over there, where's the one? What? Oh, over there, yeah, none. And up there, none. So the Temple of Time is up here, right? So when you play the game Ocarina of Time, right? When you go left and you run in the road, ding 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 ding, and you run in it loads up you coming into the Temple of Time. So it doesn't show you the actual pathway. All it shows you is this. When you run up the staircase to go to the Temple of Time, which, see, I'm going up a staircase, this is what they show you in the game, right? They show you this. They show you coming up this staircase like this, and you're right here, the Temple of Time. There's supposed to be 4 statues here, lined up on the side of the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you walk in, and then boom, you go inside the Temple of Time. So this is the Temple of Time from Ocarina of Time. Now, let me go back outside. Rivali's Gale is healed. So, what's this? Let me look at the. Let me look at this. Let me stand here like this. All right. So west. All right. Northwest of the Temple of Time is Hyrule, old Hyrule Castle from Ocarina of Time. Look. You looking Red?
It's still catching up.
Look at this. Look at these ancient ruins. I know this is Eastern Abbey where the monks used to be, right? Where they build where the monks used to be. But you can't tell me more than 10,000 years ago a castle was not here. They may have built the ruins on top of the ruin. They may have built the eBay on top of the ruins of the castle. But my man, when you look at these walls, that is a castle wall. That is a castle bridge that leads over to where the Eastern Abbey is. And the Eastern Abbey is where the shrine of monks are, which would make sense. Monks would be there because the monks would be worshiping an ancient ruins that were here. These are ancient ruins.
The bridge itself is from Ocarina. Well, the bridge that you're looking at right now.
That's from Ocarina of Time.
I mean, it is in Ocarina of Time, but it's not a part of the castle itself.
No,
it's on the outside part.
No. Wait, hold on. Let me go back in the Discord room and scroll up. Right.
Let me try to find a picture of it.
So if you're looking in the oh, you know something so good, I can show people the community in the community hall, right?
Just be careful
this.
of what.
No, not this. This is Ocarina of Time stuff.
Okay.
No, I'm not showing them that. All right. So look, right? This is Ocarina of Time, Market Square, right? That's where the I put that there for them. Hold on. Let me get the other one. All right. Marlin is there. In order to see, someone needed to go into the Darkland, the Ruined Kingdom. Because if you go into the Darkland of the Ruined King, you'd be able to see that.
Check out what I just posted.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So, right. So you see, there's a long path to the Kingdom of Hyrule, right? Or the big castle of Hyrule. So, and it's in that castle where that part of the castle is where Link comes and talks to Zelda here, right? But this part here, look, it's separated from the Temple of Time.
It is. Yep.
The Temple of Time, you have to go up to go to the other ruins of the Temple of Time. See, it's separated by that hill. So this is going north of the castle. And when you go into the castle, there is no bridge there. But what I'm saying is that this is the part where you're talking. Whatever. Hold on. Let me get out. Right. This is a part of the castle structure itself. This is all of this. This is all wall. This is all concrete. This is all brick. Look, even when I come around and I turn around, look, this is a castle wall. This castle wall comes from the side, but inside of the castle, there's a bridge to a deeper part of the castle, and that bridge is this bridge, which takes you to the other side of the castle. That's what I'm trying to say, that this bridge takes you to the other side of the castle, a side of the castle you have no access to in Ocarina of Time. At some point, we could have played before the Calamity. What the F, Nintendo?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's in reference to what Mokaru posted in the Discord.
Yeah, Mocap.
The art. This is straight from the book.
Yo, he's gonna find out the whole plot of the game before it comes out. That is literally why I'm streaming. I'm trying to find out the plot before the game comes out, so when the game comes out, I know exactly what happens. See, if you look here, whoa, oh no, that's the thing. Look at this, right? This would be the Castle Hyrule or whatever. Yeah, this would be big enough to be Castle Hyrule. This entire area would be big enough to be Castle Hyrule. Whether or not East Abbey is a small town behind Castle Hyrule, I doubt
What
it.
I think the Abbey is the actual Hyrule Castle from Ocarina of Time.
Well, no, that's what I said. But that's what I said earlier. But I don't think. I think the Abbey along with the Castle Hyrule is massive. It's not just. The thing is, this is what. Here's. Hold on. Let me say this. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
All of this is Castle Hyrule. That bridge leads you to the main part of the castle. East Abbey is the throne room. I believe this is the throne room. Here's why. If you're watching the stream, look. This is the main court of the throne room. The long hallway, corridor 1, corridor 2, right? Corridor 3, corridor 4. This is where the king used to be in the old Hyrule. You breach this door, mind your neck, and mind your neck. I'm doing excavating, please. Thank you. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. Sir, sir, we're doing a History Channel discovery, and people are trying to learn here. And you, my good sir? Wait, that didn't reach you?
This is Triforce, and you're watching the History Channel.
Yes. Hold that, stupid. Wait, you did. Come on, my guy. Wait a minute. Arrow. Thank you. Want all my arrows back. These things are expensive, you know. All right, let me see something real quick, guys. Let me load a game up. Hyrule. Okay, I can load this. When you try to sneak, wasn't that bridge in Ocarina of Time? Yes. But I believe that bridge is inside Hyrule Castle. If not, that could be a new bridge made over. It's been see, the thing that I like about Nintendo doing this, by pushing everything 10,000 years after, because people think it's 10,000 years. It's 10,000 years from Ocarina of Time. No, it's 10,000 years from the age of myth. So it's actually more. Tino, what's going on? Hey guys, anybody who's new here, please smash that like button. If you have not subscribed to this channel, please subscribe to this channel. We're going to be doing a whole bunch of Zelda Zor. Come on, man. Come on, man. I literally reset the game for you guys to do this nonsense. Beat it. All right. So I believe this is the king's throne. There was a door here. The guardians shot down the door, right? They shot down the door. Well, now that we know that the king actually died in Hyrule Castle, I don't think they killed the king. Well, no, they didn't kill the king here, but they definitely came here. They definitely came here. The door for this room is behind the wall. I've already shown that multiple times. But see, look, these are corridors. Monks used to live here, yes, but a long time ago in the age of myth, this used to be Hyrule Castle, and this where I am in Hyrule Castle. Oh crap! Good move, my good sir.
This book is really interesting.
And where I am in Hyrule Castle is the throne room. I think this is the throne room of the king. And after all these years, they decided to make this a ruins for where old monks can live. So they built over it, because the old castle may have been destroyed a long time ago. Eastern Abbey. Yeah. But see now, so let's get back to this. Let's get back to the situation here that we was talking about, that we didn't finish talking about. In my opinion, I believe after the fall of the Akkala Citadel, after the draw at Hateno and Zelda seals Ganon, I think the final battle, right? The final battle will take place with Link's body coming to Hyrule, and the King of Hyrule is found here, and the soldiers come in and, Your Highness, you're alive, and the king is under that form he took, and people think he's alive, but he's really dead. He outlives everyone. Everyone dies. And I think that grave, he built his own grave. I don't think anyone built the grave for the king. I think he built his own grave.
Mm-hmm.
So, now, the reason why I believe that's the way it happens is because in your book, it doesn't tell you it doesn't tell you when the Great Plateau was attacked. Clearly the Great Plateau was attacked, especially with Link's body being taken here. There's no way we can sit here and say, oh, they just took Link's body here and no one gave chase. That doesn't make any sense, because you literally just said in the book, it said that when they took Link's body here and they went through and they went up to put Link's body there, they sealed the front of the Great Plateau. Okay, so if they seal the front of the Great Plateau, that means, why would they seal the front of the Great Plateau? It had to have been under attack. Now, this is why I'm saying Akkala could not have been the last battle, because Zelda went to go seal off Ganon. These what's the name of these things here? The Guardians went to go take Akkala, and Akkala fell. So if Akkala fell, Zelda's sealing Ganon, and Link's body is being taken to what's the name of the Great Plateau. Who's fighting the battle on the Great Plateau? This is why I believe it's the dead king, the spirit of King Rhoam.
Well, also don't forget the fact that Link was in the chamber itself.
Yeah,
that knowledge was supposed to be super like tight-lipped. No one's supposed to know about it, because anyone can go in there.
Yes. So whoever went in to the Great Plateau when they put Link up, when
there
they
was
sealed
no
him out,
records for it.
No, it's not that there's no records for it. Nobody even knew that Link's body was being taken in, and the few who knew, who were fighting, if they went up there or they stood in the front of the Great Plateau and fought, they died with the secret.
Mm-hmm. And that's why in the game there's NPCs saying, "Oh yeah, this is where Hyrule fell, right here. Like this is the last battle." Even though I guess they don't have knowledge about
There would be no one.
Link.
There would be no one to tell the Battle of the Great Plateau, because
Exactly.
once you went in, that was it. Whoever went in, King Rhoam and the last remaining soldiers and whatever Sheikah people went up there, that was it. They was done. There was no other way out. So that's why Link doesn't remember.
Also, next time you're free, whenever that might be, once you actually get around to reading the book, I'm gonna put this in your DMs too. But it shows a timeline for the in-game events.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna give you the page numbers for that.
See,
I post them all in the chat.
Yeah.
In the community hall, but it's kind of hard to see. But I'll just send you the page numbers directly.
Okay, the history of Hyrule, chronological events. See, but here's my question to you. All right, the distance passed more than 10,000 years ago. Then there's 10,000 years ago, just before the events of 100 years ago. See, it goes all the way back, right? Then there is history. The distance. Oh, we already read that. What I want to know is the day the Great Calamity, after the Great Calamity.
If you check the, if you click the link that I put in, whatever, and then go to the page 364, that's where it's at.
All right. So the after the Great Calamity, right?
Where is that?
After the Great Calamity, there is no history of Hyrule. It says the history of the Sheikah, Impa, and the rest of the Kakarot awaited the awakening of the hero. Okay, hold on. 100 years ago, the day of the Great Calamity. The history of Hyrule. Calamity Ganon revives. The guardians and the 4 divine beasts are taken over Hyrule. A Hyrule castle is destroyed. King Rhoam is killed. A battle takes place on Hateno Fort. Link collapses and the princess seals sealing power awakens. Princess Zelda suppresses Ganon's power, attempts to hold him off until the hero awakens. Impa, Pura, and Robbie take the guidance stone and various ancient parts and escape to Kakariko village. Sheikah soldiers are dispatched to search for the missing Zelda. Princess Zelda is reunited with Impa in Kakariko village. Pura and Robbie head to the Shrine of Resurrection and place Link within treatment. Many of the Sheikah flee to Kakariko village and become Pura and Robbie head to the Shrine of Resurrection and place Link into the treatment. That means Pura and Robbie. Impa stayed in Kakariko village. Robbie and Pura were literally in the Great Plateau, because it says they placed him in.
What page is that? I'm trying to follow.
Oh, what page it says on this? 364.
364.
100 years ago, the day of the Great Calamity.
Okay.
Right? Many of the Sheikah flee to Kakariko village and become caught up in the crisis that the Great Calamity. History of the Zoras. Water Blight Ganon takes over the Divine Beast, Ruta, and slays Mipha. The Guardians' assault stops and disasters is averted, right?
So they were killed inside their Divine Beasts.
So that's
the champions.
So that's a problem, because the king said they died in Hyrule Castle. We have a contradiction. The king in game says they died in Hyrule Castle, unless.
Whoa. But
wait. Let me read it.
When you fight the bosses. When you actually fight the bosses.
No.
They tell you themselves.
Time out. It does. No, hold on. Let's look at the context of the statement. Water Blight Ganon takes over the Divine Beasts, Va, Ruta, and slays Mipha. It does not state if Mipha was in the Divine Beast. It says Water Blight Ganon takes over her beast and slays Mifa. So it could have slayed Mifa in the Divine Beast, or he took it over and he slayed and Waterblight Ganon slayed her, but he slayed her at Hyrule Castle.
Oh,
Or there's a third understanding. All of the Divine Beasts were at Hyrule Castle at the time when Ganon resurrected. Because if that's the
where
case,
is it?
if that's the case, then that makes sense that they all died in Hyrule Castle. The Divine Beasts were at Hyrule Castle when it happened.
I'm trying to find the page. If you go to, wow, this is a little bit forward, but jeez, mouse, stop doing this. If you go to page 383, it shows exactly where the where the champions went to, as soon as Ganon was revived, and it shows they all go like all the way to their divine beasts on 365 or 383.
I get that, but here's a question. When they go to their Divine Beasts, do their Divine Beasts go to Hyrule Castle?
There's nothing that shows that it happened.
See, if the Divine Beasts do not go to Hyrule Castle, we have a contradiction from yet another book. Because the king in-game says the 4 champions fell at Hyrule Castle.
Wait, even in this is kind of speculation now, but even in the trailer, it shows like very quick snippets of the champions like fighting the blights, and judging by the backgrounds of the where they're at, they're inside of the divine beasts, but so you don't know where they are.
Then the only way for this to work is that the divine beasts had to have gone to Castle Hyrule, and the divine beasts were at Castle Hyrule.
I guess we're gonna find out in a few months, really.
I believe
what's really the case.
I believe that they just made a mistake there. They made a mistake. And that contradicts the game now, because the game is supposed to be the true telling of the story, and the king said that they died in Castle Hyrule. So this is a problem. This is a big problem here.
I mean, again, in just like 2 months, we're gonna figure it out.
Yeah, that's
right?
True.
Because this game coming out is 100% canon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's obviously going to show when they die. And
Raven says creating a champion does have actual contradictions. All the books have actual contradictions, though. I'm like, it's not. None of the books are 1,000,000% right. It's just because unfortunately they're trying to canonize everything, so there are going to be mistakes missing. People make a little bit of mistakes here and there, and it's whatever.
Ultimately, it doesn't really matter where they died. Really,
yeah, ultimately,
in the grand scheme of themes, it doesn't matter.
If they die in the divine beasts in their respective regions of the world, then all that has to be done is Nintendo just needs to create an update to the game and change the text in Breath of the Wild where the king said they died at Hyrule Castle. That's it.
Literally, if they died at Hyrule Castle or if they died in the region, it really doesn't make a big difference at all, if any.
It does it. That's just something that they can just do to change the game. Yeah, the creating of a book maps out the paths of the champions and Link. But
sorry. I was looking at. I'm sorry about that. I was just looking at this thing about Cass in the book.
Mm-hmm.
It says that he was a student of the Sheikah court poet in service to the royal family a century ago, and the keep of the song of the two brave souls about the Calamity 10,000 years ago. Okay. So, so he was in Hyrule Castle during that time. Well.
What page is that?
Page.
Oh, Nyko said
reading this like a damn Bible.
Nyko said that maybe the Japanese text is different. But like you said, we will find out. We will find out soon enough. But yeah, I really believe that the Eastern Abbey, the entire structure, if this is north, this would be west. The entire structure west of the Temple of Time is literally the Hyrule Castle.
Yes, that's like page 130.
130. All right.
Didn't they say that the champions lost their lives? I don't remember him saying exactly where they lost. Oh, you're right. See, yeah, you're right. He said that's where the champions lost their lives. He never said they lost their lives in Hyrule Castle. They never say, but doesn't Zelda have a memory? Let me look in game. Where's the memories?
Well, remember, the cutscene where Calamity Ganon first arrives. Zelda and then all the champions are at the Spring of Courage or Wisdom or whatever the hell it is at the mountain, and Zelda's like, okay, well, all the champions go to your divine beasts, and that's where they go, and that's where they die. And where would their divine beasts be located?
Mm-hmm.
In their regions.
Link is called to the Gerudo Desert by Urbosa. There, he sees Zelda exhausted and asleep. Okay, Urbosa. Zelda is attacked by members of the Yiga clan. Whatever. All right. Mifa. While Link seeks refuge from the rain beneath a tree, she opens up to choices made. Why I don't have memory 12 recovered? Oh, because this is me before beating the game. Slumbering Link, upon return of Calamity Ganon and Zelda efforts at the Spring of Wisdom on Mount Leona bear no fruit upon completing her descent down the mountain.
Yes, that's the one. You should watch that. That's the one where Ganon pops out.
All right, view memory. Oh crap, the stream. Sorry,
yeah, the stream can't see anything.
All right. So where are they leaving here?
Well, don't keep us in suspense. How'd everything go up there on the mountain?
So you didn't feel anything? No
Some of the
power at
rough
all?
designs for some of the monsters.
Sorry, no.
It's like it should have been in the game though, but
Then
okay.
let's move on. You've done all you could. Feeling sorry for yourself won't be of any help. After all, it's not like your last shot was up there on Mount Lanayru. Anything could finally spark the power to seal Ganon away. We just have to keep looking for that thing.
That's kind of you. Thank you.
If I may, I thought you, well, I'm not sure how to put this into words. I'm actually quite embarrassed to say it. But I was thinking about what I do when I'm healing. You know, what usually goes through my mind. It helps when I think about...
Okay. What was that? Revali's Gale.
Daruk's protected now, ready to roll.
So the king was in the castle when this was going on.
Yeah.
So they were never in the castle.
No.
This is it then.
Are you sure?
Positive.
It's awake. Ganon.
Let's stop wasting time. We're gonna need everything we got to take that thing down. Now, champions!
To your divine beasts.
Show that swirling swine who's boss. Link will
There
need
is
to be
no
dead
way
head
they
on
could have
when we
done.
attack.
There is no way
This
these
needs
guys
to
could
be a
have
unified
died
assault.
in Hyrule Castle.
Little guy,
See,
you get to Hyrule Castle. You can count on us for support, but it's up to you to pound Ganon into oblivion.
See, they don't even go into Hyrule Castle.
We should go.
yeah, they're not
We need
going
to
to
get
Hyrule
some
Castle.
sleep.
They're going to their divine beasts.
Yeah. So there's no way they can die in Hyrule Castle if they don't go there.
I may not be much use on the battlefield, but there must be something I can do to help.
This is a problem, man. We have a problem here. I'm gonna load up the game that I beat because I have all the memories. I should just play.
Yes, there's no champions to your divine beast. So, yeah. This guy said champions to your divine beast. So basically, we're going to divine beast.
Alright. Alright, Zelda's Awakening. Link continues to fight, protecting Zelda from a pack of pursuing Guardians, while the Guardians was chasing them, but collapses and exhausted, is terribly wounded as the Guardians close in. Zelda stands against, this is Hanato, despair, right? 4 of the champions, King Rhoam and everyone inside the castle, loses their lives when Ganon takes control of the divine beasts.
Even the description says it.
4 of the champions, King Rhoam and everyone inside the castle, loses their lives when Ganon takes control of the divine beasts and their guardians. Link's
You better know we're gonna be playing through that in the new game.
What's up?
Link suffers an unfortunate fate fighting Calamity Ganon alongside Zelda. Wait, Link suffers an unfortunate fate fighting Calamity Ganon?
Yeah, remember he gets injured during the fight. You don't see the fight at all. You just know that he got injured. And that's why he had to be put in the Shrine of Resurrection afterwards.
Timeout. Let me view this memory.
They're running away because Link got like severely injured by Ganon. You don't see the fight at all.
Oh, so Link was at the castle fighting Ganon and then they run.
Which is what we're going to be seeing in the new game.
Wait a minute. There was a cutscene of Link, like with his sword, clashing with something that looks like lightning or whatever, something electric or whatever. So
they could definitely be running from Hyrule Castle. You know why? Link does not have his Hylanian shield with him. He may have left it.
He does in the promotional art for the game, but either way,
I'm talking about this. Look right here.
No, I agree. Maybe it broke. Maybe it doesn't break. So that doesn't make sense.
Maybe he left it in Hyrule Castle, running from fighting Ganon.
You know what? That'd be actually pretty cool.
That's why the shield is only found in Hyrule Castle.
Mm-hmm.
So I really am just a failure. All my friends, the entire kingdom, my father most of all.
I really want to play the whole thing where Link goes there and gets wrecked.
I left them all to die. So they all alright, this makes sense. When she says I left them all to die, they went into their divine beasts and they took their divine beasts to Hyrule Castle. They went to Hyrule Castle and Ganon washed them.
I mean, yeah, sure. Nothing. We won't know for 1,000% sure until the game.
That had to be. That's the only thing that makes sense. Zelda's Awakening rather than Link's Awakening. Get it?
I mean, yes, you may think it may not sense because these are big giant beasts, so why would they do that without trampling anyone? They could be near to Hyrule Castle.
No. If you look at the context of the summary and what Zelda says, when the return of Calamity Ganon, they came from the Spring of Power, nothing happened. Ganon launches. Farouk says, get your divine beasts. We're going to need everything to take down Ganon. In order to have everything to take down Ganon, you have to go and fight Ganon. They took the divine beasts, they went to Castle Hyrule, right? When they went to Castle Hyrule, read the description. 4 of the champions, King Rhoam and everyone inside the castle loses their life when Ganon takes control of the divine beasts. When they went to the castle with the divine beasts, Ganon took over the divine beasts, and that's when he killed the 4 champions, killed King Rhoam, and killed everyone inside of the castle. That's literally what it says. So they went to Ganon. So they did die in the castle. They died in the castle because they went. They went there to fight Ganon. Link went there. So it was Link, Zelda, the 4 champions, King Rhoam, and the all Knights of Hyrule, and Ganon washed them. All of them. Straight, tied, with color bleach safeguard. He washed them, all of them. They got the proper cleaning. Link suffers an unfortunate fate fighting... Oh, he suffers an unfortunate fate fighting Ganon. Calamity Ganon alongside Zelda. And that fate was they had to run. So King Rhoam probably tells Link, take my daughter, run! And probably use whatever power he had to obey Ganon. The 4 champions, everyone inside Kingdom Hyrule, and King Rhoam die. And Link runs off with Zelda. In this running scene then leads to...
Fort Hateno.
Where's Fort Hateno's vision? What is that called?
Oh, Zelda's Awakening.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm stupid. It was down there. Zelda's Awakening, right? Let's take this back. So they run to Fort Hateno. These bums is here, right? You can even see some of the machines are done. So Link's been doing a good job.
I mean, yeah, did you see the Hyrule Warriors gameplay?
Dog shit.
I mean, I didn't say it.
Oh no, I'm not replying to you, I'm playing WoW. Fucking
we're streaming. We're streaming,
dude.
Yeah, I know.
Language, my dude.
Structured stream, or is it like just a
No, this is on the Empire Arcadia channel.
The main channel.
Okay. I mean, it's not monetized. It shouldn't matter. I mean, if you don't want me to, I won't. But it shouldn't matter if it's not monetized.
Could you please not curse? It's because I'm doing my Zelda lore thing.
Oh,
and when people come and watch it, I want it to be as curseless as possible.
Family friendly.
That's hilarious when it's considering. But yeah, okay. That's fine.
So Hill, this is.
Are you guys just talking in general about like predictions for Age of Calamity?
We're going through the lore and
the lore books
and the lore books, so we know exactly how the story. We're trying to map out the story before the game comes out, so we want to see.
And also the sequel too.
Yes.
While we're at it.
Because we found out something. Everything, it's kind of funny. The secrets of Hyrule, guess who knows about the secrets of Hyrule more than anyone else in the game? King Rhoam.
I was going to say Miyamoto, but you know, whatever.
He has 2 lives. King Rhoam has 2 lives, Sahil. And we found out some things about him. In fact, he tells the story properly more than anyone else.
I mean, when you say he has 2 lives, you mean like he like died and he goes that's his second life?
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah,
but his second life, there's something about, there's a mystery in his second life that we went over, and we found out certain things that we did, which was in, well, that's what we're going over. Okay, so now,
excuse me, Liz.
So Ganon comes, right? Wait, memory, despair. Okay, all right, we already ran over that. So Ganon launches, they go to the Divine Beasts, like idiots, they go over to Kingdom Hyrule, everyone rushes over to Kingdom Hyrule, there's a war going on there, King Rhoam is fighting off Ganon's forces, or whatever the case may be, right? When the champions come with their Divine Beasts, Ganon takes over the Divine Beasts, the Water Blights in each one of them, kills the champions in there. They kill Rhoam. They kill off all the people. Rhoam tells Link, run away with his daughter, save her, etc. They leave. So when they go to Kingdom of Hyrule, right, which is going to be an epic war, because that means all 4 guardian beasts are there. And Ganon pulls out the tide with color, safeguard, and bleach, and he washes everyone. Thorough wash. He added the what's the name of the fabric softener. He hit them with the snuggles. I'm talking, when he was done with them, they were soft and fluffy, and Link had to bounce. They run away. That's the despair.
I mean,
what happened?
If you check out the promotional art for the game coming out, check Community Hall.
Let me see. Scrolling down. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's damn.
That's a nice picture.
Yo, this war, you know something? I'm sorry guys, even though Age of Calamity is going to be a more linear game than Breath of the Wild, because it's war, this game's going to be better than Breath of the Wild. Because you have to understand, like, they cannot express the Age of Calamity in a game like Breath of the Wild. They need the Dynasty Warrior engine. Because can you imagine all of these dudes just bum rushing you and you just gotta fight?
You can't do anything in a like war scenario with multiple enemies. Breath of the Wild combat is like best suited for 1v1.
And plus the game can't even run that. So
and then what people don't understand is this is the only negative about it. The game is not going to be expansive. It's not like a lot of people may think that, oh, you can get to walk around Hyrule. That would be cool. But I think
it's gonna be
map driven. It's like map region selected set for you. So
yeah, there's gonna be a map that you stay in, and that's it.
And loaded worlds. It's not like you can run from Hyrule Castle and then say, oh, I'm gonna go all the way down here to the Great Plateau. It's gonna be like Hyrule Warriors, the original one. It's just gonna be like, when you start this particular campaign, it's campaign driven. It's just campaign driven.
Yeah, let's be real. The gameplay is gonna be the same as Hyrule Warriors with a couple of extra things from the Sheikah Slate, like the bomb and a Breath of the Wild skin. It's gonna be very similar. Like people shouldn't expect like a huge like change from what Hyrule Warriors is. It's gonna be very similar.
Nimbus says this link may be the first link since Skyward Link to be acknowledged by Feed. No. Feed acknowledges every single. First of all, in Hyrule Warriors for they made Hyrule Warriors for Switch. I forgot about it. The definitive edition, Feed acknowledges the Ocarina of Time link. She goes, "You're not the original master, but you are still a master." Feed acknowledges every link that grabs it. First of all, the only way for you to use the Master Sword, Feed has to recognize you. So she recognizes every link in existence. Ever. That's the only way you can pick her up. Mocats, I meant to say earlier that you can tell Urbosa is in her Divine Beast because the electrical currents inside of the floor, it matches the layout of the Divine Beast. So I'm not
in
sure,
the trailer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's any more translation errors in the English dialogue. And that's another thing. That's true. There also could be dialogue mistranslations. But I think we pretty much spent 4 hours on this. I don't want to take too much more. We were supposed to just do 3.
Good golly.
Yeah, I think we did enough. Save my thing, and then let me load up the other game. Load. Okay. Oh, okay. Good. The old game is still here, right? I guess we'll go to the Great Plateau and then we'll wait there. So let's go over the recap, a short recap in here, and then I'll make a video. I'll have it out for you guys on Monday or Tuesday about it regarding the mysterious lives, the mysterious and secret 2 lives of King Rhoam. I'm pronouncing his name right. It's Rhoam, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure he pronounces it Rhoam. King Rhoam, Bosphorus, Hyrule.
King Rhoam? But I call
yeah,
it, I
like
say,
the country.
So then the H is silent. The H is silent. Because, all right. So if it's not silent, it's Rhoam. If it is silent, it's Rhoam. So the H is silent. So it is. Wait. Then it's Rhoam.
Let me find a freaking voice clip of this dude.
It's Rhoam because if the H is silent, it's then it's ROAA M. That's Rhoam, like a ROM file from an emulator. You pronounce it as Rhoam, but it's spelled you pronounced it as Rhoam, but it's spelt Rom. We know it's spelt Rom. We know it's spelled Rhaom, but that's Rom. Rome, it's pronounced Rome.
Yeah, okay. I'm watching the way he actually says it in game.
He says Rome.
He says.
Yeah, I just saw
King
the
Rhoam.
cutscene. Yeah, he says, "I am King Rhoam Baspramus Hyrule."
Okay, all right. So it's okay. It's Rome. All right. All right. So I've been saying Rom the whole time.
Like the country, Rome.
It's not Rome. It's Rome. It's Rome.
We got it. You're kind of late. we found out.
No, because I wasn't fully paying attention. I was just thinking about it. What are they talking about? And then piecing it together. It's like, why are they saying Rome?
No, I'm the only one who's been saying Rom, because I didn't know the H was silent the whole time. So the H. So I didn't.
No, the H is not silent, so that's why it's Rome. Rome.
You don't spell Rome with an H.
No, not R-O-M-E. Like.
We know it's not R-O-M-E. We're saying how is it? There's what? Yeah. How it's spelled?
No, you know, it's fine. English is a dumb language. It's fine.
Is.
It's not phonetic. So let's just blame English. It's fine. No one is wrong.
Oh.
All right.
He's like, let's just blame English.
English is literally like, fucking like most linguists agree that English is like one of the most inefficient languages. It's like so dumb in many ways.
All right, guys. So let's go over this real quick. Ooh. Whose mic is that? Whoa.
Who is that?
It's Rashawn.
Rashawn.
Sorry about that. Hold on.
All right. So what we've learned is that King Rhoam led a battle, led Hyrule's knights up in a battle on the Great Plateau. That would be the only thing that would make sense, because these guys came up here, and
I mean, in the book itself, it's the Sheikah. So the Sheikah could have been the ones who just sealed off the path, and King Rhoam could have had nothing to do with it.
Then why?
There's nothing to say that he did.
The reason why I said King Rhoam, maybe King Rhoam just watched the whole thing, and it really was a Sheikah. But then see, this is what I don't understand. Like we see in on the Great Plateau, there are weapons here. They don't even belong. These weapons don't even belong to. They're not Sheikah weapons. They're swords and shields, rusted swords and shields that you can find on the walls of the.
I mean, there also could have been like just soldiers there normally doing post guard or whatever, guard posts.
So who would lead them though? That's the question. Who's gonna lead these soldiers? That's why I'm like, King Rhoam actually can cut apples, cut trees, all of this other stuff. Why wouldn't he? For instance, look, there's an outpost here, right? Oh, that sucks to be you guys. Man's like, who did that? Man's like, who hit me? Sorry guys, this is kind of funny. I'm not even gonna say this anyway. My man lost his life. my man was there and then he was not.
I gotta get going, but
all right, Red,
it's been fun.
Thanks for coming through, man. I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem.
Ouch, that's two of them. Hi, bye. All right. So I'm going over here. There was definitely a battle. I guess this is going to be a mystery that we may never actually, we may never actually realize. Damn, 3 guys were here, and they just all magically disappeared. All right. Actually, let me do something first real quick. Load Hyrule Castle, put this up on the top. So we have not been able to definitively state whether or not King Rhoam led the final battle here, but I will say this, right? Obviously, taking Link to the resurrection chamber and saving his life has to be the end of the game, and I would assume that the end of the game, since Ganon is sealed by Zelda, the main protagonist of the game is eliminated, and the last forces of Ganon would, in my opinion, would, the reason why I believe it cannot, I don't think, the reason why I don't, oops, let me see something here, Great Plateau. The reason Link's father was also a royal knight, maybe he led. I hope see, Raven, I knew you was gonna say, I hope, oh, I thought you said maybe it was during the burning fields. Like I said in the other video, I think the burning fields may be a DLC. It would be great if the burning fields was a DLC. I hope they don't put that in the game immediately into the game. That would kind of suck if they did that. Only to the sense that, like, I want more. I want more to the game by the time Breath of the Wild 2 comes out. So I hope what we get in November is great, and then by late spring we get a DLC, and then at the end of the year we get Breath of the Wild. In fact, I hope Breath of the Wild 2 comes out in 2022, in my opinion, just because I want them to give us a better game. So what we've learned here is that it's possible that King Rhoam may have led the battle up here. Maybe. We don't know. His grave is up here. Why would anyone put his grave up here unless he put it up here? If he didn't put it up here, why did anyone put his grave up here? And it's things like that that make me believe he was in a battle here to defend the Great Plateau. Why did they seal the Great Plateau? Why did they seal up that front so Guardians could not come through? There's evidence of a battle. There's evidence that the king was here. He has a house. My man has a spirit. He tells you himself he took a form there and the whole 9 yards. And at the top of the mountain, where's this mountain? At the top of this mountain, Mount Helia, is his grave. So why would his grave be put here? If he died in Hyrule Castle, why was his grave put here? Did he put the grave here himself? Or the soldiers that came with him along with the Sheikah? As the Sheikah was not alone. The Sheikah could not have been alone, because the weapons used dictate that it was not just the Sheikah. The next mystery is, how did the Sheikah leave the great how did they leave the Great Plateau? Did they jump off? Did they run down the waterfall? What other ways for them to leave the Great Plateau? They may have just jumped off because they could do that. Because they bout that. Robbie and Pure was with them. Maybe their Sheikah slates allows them to teleport, and they could teleport them back to their labs respectively. Who knows? But the more we ask, the more questions we ask, the more mysteries come up. But I'm going to stick with the mystery. I'm going to stick with the fact that after King Rhoam died in Hyrule Castle, his spirit wandered Hyrule. He took the form of the old man or whatever, or maybe he even remained as a king. Everyone did, and this is after Zelda fought Ganon alone and sealed herself. People thought the king died. They saw the king in his form, and it's like, oh, the king is still alive. The king is like, he gets word that Link's body's being taken to the Great Plateau, and they got to go there and they got to defend the Great Plateau from Ganon's last wave of not Sheikah guardians or whatever. The king goes there with the last knights of Hyrule at the gate post guards. They take them, they fight valiantly, they get up there, they put Link in the resurrection chamber. These guys come in, they decimate the town, they wreck the Temple of Time, they destroy the East Bay, the whole 9 yards. People's shouting and hollering and whatever, but they're able to subdue all of the the guardians, and only a few enemies remain, but not enough to claim the Eastern Bay. And after every soldier is dead, it's just the king left, and it's the king and the few little creatures up there that make it a problem for him. But he still lives in his house. There's enemies around his house, keep that in mind, and he still goes hunting and he keeps to himself. So that's my theory on it. I guess we'll see. I think that is the last actual battle in the game, the very last battle in the game, because you guys have to keep something into consideration. The game is a video game. It has a dark end. Everyone's like, it's going to be a dark game, and it may have a dark ending. But even if it has to have a dark ending and it's a dark game, they have to put in some type of end goal where the good guys win. And the only way I can see the good guys winning, the ending of the game would have to be the beginning of Breath of the Wild. You secure Link in the resurrection chamber, and you're able to win the last battle. People go, oh, well, the last battle is Akala. Akala is lost. You don't win that battle. Even in Breath of the Wild now, it shows you lose Akala. So even though the last major battle may be in Akala, fine, but that's lost. I can't see Nintendo ending their Zelda game with you losing at Akala and everyone getting killed. That'd be really dark. I'm like, if Nintendo does that, more props to them, because I'm like, that's taking a big risk there. But like, you have to remember, some kids are going to want to play the game, and they'll be like, well, the good guys lose. So the only end I see here for the good guys outside of Zelda's ceiling Ganon is the Great Plateau, the final battle. King Rhoam leads the last knights of Hyrule and the Sheikah warriors to preserve Link and stop them from taking the Great Plateau. Like any Dynasty Warrior game, you're supposed to secure the area. Every Dynasty Warrior games, that's literally what it is. You beat as much of the enemies and you secure the area. You reduce the numbers and you secure that area that you're in. That's a Dynasty Warrior campaign. Okay, they're playing Hyrule Warriors. That should be the last mission of the game. You do that, then the king can sit there and talk about whatever the king, I guess, is the last remaining survivor, right? And then the king goes, and you see the king put together his own grave, and he is like, I will stand, the ending of the game is, I will stand here until Link is resurrected, and so he can go rescue my daughter and whatever. That's an ending. It may be a neutral ending, but the main bad guy, Ganon, is defeated, and you won the last campaign by defending the Great Plateau and securing Link's life. He's not dead. He's in the resurrection chamber, and as the king of, which would be godlike to play as the King Rhoam Baphomet of Hyrule. If Age of Calamity allows you to play as the king, as the last battle in the game to protect the Great Plateau, that will be godlike. On that note, sorry for spending 5 hours on this, but I appreciate all of you guys coming through, joining me on the stream, man. I really appreciate this, man. Let me just do a little push here. So I'm going to put something in the chat for you guys before I go. 1 second, because a lot of you guys you guys don't know that I actually stream on my wife's channel, which I'm going to go set up a post stream. We could talk a little bit about Zelda. In fact, on her stream, I'll play a little bit of Hyrule Warriors on her stream, just for a little bit. So, and if you guys want to join us, right? If you want to join us on that stream within the next hour, for those who just chilling with nothing else to do and whatever, you can join us there. Here you go. I'm putting a link in the chat. Help my wife's channel grow. Here's where we do all of our social gaming and just relaxing and chilling. And this is where all the Valkyries, all of our girls go in the Empire. Well, all the content that our Valkyries create go here on this channel. And that's mainly why you guys don't see me on the Empire Arcadia channel. I believe the channel should just focus mainly on game content directly, the esports team, and the community of Empire Arcadia. The game content on Empress Now's channel, but it's more social and it focuses on the Valkyries and stuff and things from a girl's point of view. And I like hanging out with girls, so that's why you'll always see me on that channel. So thanks to all 52 people who are here. I left the link in the chat, right, for you guys watching. You can head over to Empress Now, drop a subscription, subscribe there. Remember, like this video, and I'll see you guys in an hour, and then I'll see you guys my next stream day. Oh yeah, because I have a schedule, guys, so just let you go. No, I stream 3 times a week on the Empire Arcadia channel. Monday, Wednesdays, Saturdays. Let me repeat this again. I stream 3 times on Empire Arcadia's channel. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. And from now until Age of Calamity, and even after Age of Calamity, I'm going to be streaming all Zelda content. That's all I'm going to be streaming. All Zelda content and stuff like that. If you want to catch me just chilling, playing other games, Tetris, hanging out with my wife and the Valkyries and the rest of the other members in the community from Empire Arcadia, you will catch me on Empress Now's channel, which is the link I'm going to put in the room one more time, right? That's the link to Empress Now's channel. You can go there, subscribe, hit the bell so you guys can be notified when we go on live. There we have a more how can we put it, more relaxing time playing video games and talking with girls, very akin to content like Etika. We call it clown hours because the amount of buffoonery that goes on there. So anyone who wants to just talk crap, and it's far more relaxed there. I don't mind the cursing and whatever the case may be. You guys can check out there. So that's where you find me Sundays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays. So Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursday, and Friday, you will find me at Empress Now's channel. Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, you will find me on the Empire Arcadia channel. Thank you guys a lot. Big shout outs, big shout outs to Scion. I appreciate that $100 donation. Really appreciate that. I'll check you guys later tonight. I'll see you on Empress Now's channel. See you guys later.